my goodness. And there it is. Wow, get the pin to go. It is indeed the day we've all been waiting for. It is day 2 of the PWBA Tour Championship, the final round of match play here at the National Bowling Stadium in Reno, Nevada. My name is Emil Williams Jr. Pleased to be joined as always by the one and only Aaron Smith. And Aaron Smith, just right off the bat, we've got ourselves a whale of a day. Diana Zavjalova, nice lead up top, plus 857. She's been your leader for a little bit now, but some new entrants in that top 5 as we finished competition yesterday with Brianna Cote in second. Shannon Pluhowski makes her way into third, followed by Missy Parkin and Shannon Sellens, dropping a little bit but still remaining in the top 5. We've got ourselves a lot to talk about, not only just the tournament, but now, of course, the PWBA Player of the Year race is all over the place in that sense. What are we expecting here today, Aaron Smith?
And Neil, this might be the craziest and arguably potentially the most important match play round in the history of the PWBA Tour, at least since the relaunch of the PWBA Tour. As far as the postseason awards go, it is so incredibly close for Player of the Year. We will run all that down. But currently, at the moment, entering competition today, if we ended the tournament right now, Brianna Cote would be Player of the Year based off of starting the day in second place. But so much can change. 8 games, 30 bonus pins up for grabs with every victory, 15 for the tie in the round robin format. And of course, we got the position round tonight, or today, or this afternoon. But it feels like tonight. This is just going to be an absolutely phenomenal day. It's going to be crazy. Folks are going to move up and down, both in the tournament and for Player of the Year. It's out of control, but looking forward to seeing how it shapes up. And I believe at this point, folks are probably so excited about this that they're tired of seeing us. So let's get to the bowling, Mr. Williams.
Let's definitely get to the lanes. We've got a few players who can still, what we believe to be, can make some good runs based on where they are in the standings. I do think there is kind of a firm cutoff, especially, when we have 24 players. There's always that point to where you may be too far below the standard, if you will, to try to make a run. But we watched some players have some good bounce back blocks yesterday. Verity Crawley, Dasha Kovalova come to mind. But when you think about 10th place and maybe even down to 11th, Bjørgit Nordics is 11th right now, 172 pins back. Doesn't seem insurmountable if she can win 4 to 5 matches today with some considerable high scores. I think one thing we figured out through both rounds here is the scoring pace does kind of mimic a roller coaster in a sense. We've had some high scores, I think, in both rounds on the fresh. We get into a couple of games in, and you start to see a little transition. Players start to migrate left, and the scores have risen at the end of blocks as well. One thing to note, talked to JT a little bit this morning, but you just look at the standings as a whole. These are the best of the best, and you see the best of the best sometimes struggle, but generally figure out ways to improve. Will it be enough for some players? I'm not sure. And then you got to think about who's already in the top 5 and what they have to do to remain in that spot, which is not the easiest thing when you've got, the best of the best still trying to chase you down. We start with Shannon Pluhowski, Sandra Gongor, Brianna Cote, and Ashley Galante. And we mentioned Pluhowski. She shot 267 in the final game yesterday to get the win and vault into third place, again sitting at plus 740. 740. Seventeen pins, back of the top spot. Again, that belongs to Diana Zavjalova, who has the best match play record. And generally speaking, if you have the best match play record, typically you're near the top of the standings, although there's some weird instances where that's not the case. But for this particular time, 6-2 and then 6-1-1 for DZ, and she has not been messing around. Glasses, we talked about that. Check the recap, of course, at PWBA.com if you haven't already, and had a chance to catch up with her and talk about her day and her week so far here in Reno.
It was very interesting because we had kind of, in talking to Diana, obviously the Queens, an event she's had a ton of success at. She's a two-time champion, 2013, 2017. Has stated multiple times she likes the head-to-head format. And I kind of brought that up when I went to talk to her at after the end of the block yesterday. And she actually, she kind of said, "Hey, it's not always, just all about match play." She's like, "I actually really am not a big fan of round robin. I don't feel, when it's the head-to-head matchup of the queens, it's literally just you and that other player." She's like, you're going for the 30 bonus pins, obviously, but you're still trying to. Everything else is still happening around you." And she's like, "For me, it's the queens. That's my bread and butter. That's my jam right there.
My jam.
That's my jam."
That's what the kids say.
The kids. And so I found that to be, pretty interesting in talking about that. But I think the curious or the interesting thing about kind of her approach to the pattern today, or the past 2 days, same pattern out there, the 40-foot condition, is that, she really came into competition yesterday with very little information on the tour championship pattern. She threw one shot during the practice session last Sunday on that pattern, and she said it was just a spare shot, just throw a spare shot down there. So gained no information from the practice session. So obviously she had the graph, she's talking to her team. Those conversations are happening, but came in open mind, found the right ball. She said the RST X1 was also in the same sense her jam. Called it the magic ball. So she found the ball that just gave her the right look, which allowed her to really be confident with her shot making throughout the course of both blocks. She did slow down a little bit at the end of block 1, so she wanted to make sure she had that strong finish in block 2. She did that to not only take the lead, but to push it to nearly 100 pins entering this final 8 games.
Good stuff right there from Diana Zavyalova and Aaron Smith. Again, check that story on PWBA.com. Other news this week that you can check. Shout out to Bowlers Journal International, Joe Jacquet, and now Jean-Marc Anzione, doing great stuff all week, telling varying stories from the varying players, obviously, competing in this event. Some good stuff from Shannon Sellon, Stephanie Zavala, Verity Crawley, and others. So follow them if you haven't already. BowlersJournal.com, all your digital needs. Of course, they are on now Twitter, Facebook, certainly, and Instagram.
And if you do follow PWBA on Twitter, we've actually just retweeted a couple of those stories. 2 really, really great pieces from Joe here. One about Shannon Sellons, who's we are personally watching right now, take on Stephanie Zavala, because we're sitting right behind the pair on 47 and 48. Talking about actually a couple of tattoos she has on her back, and what that means to her, and kind of her journey through life. So a great piece from Joe, and then they just posted another one about Brianna Cote, and how she kind of tends to fly under the radar a little bit, and how she kind of deals with that. And in addition to that, a few thoughts from her husband Randy, who's been here all week as well. So 2 great pieces from Joe and company over at Bowlers Journal. So it's been awesome having them on site. They've been taking care of business, getting some great features out. They had one about Diana yesterday, and some of her struggles, with mental health as well. So a lot of opportunities to learn more about the bowlers than just the strikes and spares on the scoreboard.
Speaking of strikes and spares on the scoreboard, there are plenty here to start on the fresh again, which is to be expected based on what we have seen through 2 rounds. we're also now seeing a lot of players, or you're seeing their adjustments from round 1 now to round 3. Specifically, Stephanie Zavala, who has started spare six-bagger. And, of course, the story yesterday in the morning was her I don't know the right words to describe her start yesterday.
Not good.
Yes, that would be certainly one to consider. Something that you just don't see every day. Certainly unexpected. She shot 96, 9-6 out the gate in game 1. Bounced back immediately, shooting 265 in game 2. Even her game round 2 fresh scores were much higher, but you saw the immediate differences on what she was looking to do, how she was going to play the lanes, and now she is out spare six-bagger. And seems to be the furthest left of the few players we've seen so far, which, again, that would not be uncommon. She's able to get to a point earlier in a block. Not at fourth arrow, though. I think that's very important to note. She is not that far left. But in comparison, she can. There's one player we've talked about this week and throughout the season being able to manipulate and do some things from a ball motion perspective that other players cannot. It's her. Julia Bond has started with the front 8.
She has taken on Dasha Kovalova over on 51 and 52. We might have to make our way over there in just a second. But talking about Zavala, an incredible match against Shannon Sellens right now. Zavala with a max of 290. Sellens can strike out the ninth and 10th, get to 279. We saw that game between Maria Jose Rodriguez and Misaki Mukutani yesterday. 270 to 267. So some potential for some big numbers here in the early going.
Let's do it. It's out there.
So we're going to make the switch here. Once again, every pair available to watch here on BowlTV.com, but from the main commentary channel. Where are we going first? We think we got time to...
Let's go Zavala Sellens first.
Okay. So we're moving. We're multitasking here.
And we will keep tabs on Julia.
So here's Sellens and Zavala. Currently over on 47 and 48. And now Zavala will just need a mark at the 10th. Sellens' max score drops to 258. Once again, Shannon holds the 5th spot heading into competition today. These are the games where you really don't want to let these pins get away.
Julia Bond having a bit of a rough go here at the TC, which is something you probably didn't expect coming into it as well, especially after that victory in the Pepsi Classic. 22nd at plus 290. But obviously getting off to a very good start.
And that 9 pin you saw on 52 was actually Bond in the 9th frame. So her max is going to drop down now to 279 this game. Dasha can still get to 258.
I give a lot of credit to Dasha Kovalova too after her rough start in round 1. 6-2 yesterday afternoon. Made a nice run to get to plus 402 and 281 pins back of 5th. Seems probably insurmountable at this point, but you never know. Talk about player of the year. I mean, if she could somehow mount a comeback, put herself in at least a position with a couple to go and make it interesting, That'd be something to see.
The 4-9 here will basically wrap up this match for Zavala. Sellens is going to be in the 240, so she's gaining pin. She's going to get.
Shannon
Okay.
Sellens.
Okay, we'll take that extra pin.
4-9, 2-4-8. Showing off. Shout out to the East Coast. Shout out to Kansas City.
She's going to move to plus 731 now, but looking like no bonus pins to go along with it.
Those are going to hurt today. The big games and the no bonus might hurt just a little bit extra today.
Zavala can add another one.
Listen, man. If there's somebody in this field who can put several big games together, Stephanie Zavala is one of them.
I mean, legit, how far? Where's she at right now? I mean, usually the typical rule of thumb with match play and kind of looking to how far back players are is dependent on how many bonus pins are available. So there's still we got 8 games,
240.
She is 338 back.
Bruh.
But just saying, a little plus 200 out of the gates, maybe. Thinking after 3. I want to keep those strike vibes going that we had yesterday.
Yeah.
I like the strike vibes.
The relationship with that Julia Bond and Stephanie Zavala are now kind of creating on tour is pretty cool. They've gotten to know one another very well. One out the window, but
286.
Good smile. She'll take that, obviously, right?
100%.
All things considered. All things considered.
All right. Let's go back to where we started. We still got 9th and 10th frames over there.
Bond did shoot 279, by the way. Dasha can still get into the 240s. It'll be a similar situation. You shoot 240 and don't get the bonus. We had briefly touched on the Cote angle a little bit earlier this week, and probably during the Reno Classic, where we basically said that Bree just kind of every time you think she is either not in contention for something or there's a few players ahead of her, she always knocks on the door and says, she raises the window, peeks out like, "Hey, don't forget, I'm still here."
Mm-hmm.
And she's been doing that all week long. I actually look forward to reading that piece on from Bowler Journal. We asked her that when we talked to her on Bowl TV. In a sense, and she just continues to go and do what she knows how to do, which really is all you can do. And
she lets her bowling speak for itself. That's actually part of the title. So, but yes, it's
not going to be out there advocating and saying she's this and that. She's going to, just like I feel like has probably her entire career. Right? I mean, historically great at the collegiate level, even nationally with high series averages, awards, etc. She's always been someone who could strike a lot.
Speaking of striking a lot, 69 and 70. Just wrapping up. Verity Crawley, 279 to 256 victory over Missy Parker.
So, how many games is that already? of 240 or better from our deal last night?
Well, I can already count 4 among those 2 end pairs.
And Kovalova shot 258. I said 240. Excuse me.
Yeah, wow. Now 6. Yeah, we got some numbers out there, folks. We like numbers, and we know you like seeing strikes too. And as a reminder, as we wrap things up here, for all the good folks who are watching on BowlTV.com, good morning. Great to see everybody in the chat once again. You're already at the spot. You are where you need to be for the craziness that will be this match play round, the final match play round of the Tour Championship. For those of you watching on our feed on Facebook and YouTube, as a heads up, at the end of this block, we will be sending the feed only to BowlTV.com, so you'll have to pick up a subscription to watch the rest of the way out. We have an event ticket, $8.95 to watch these final 7 games. Or you can pick up a monthly or annual recurring subscription, $9.95 for the monthly, $79.95 for the annual. Transaction fees do apply for all 3. With the recurring subscriptions, not only do you get the live event coverage, but also access to the archives. You can go back and watch literally basically every shot of the Fall Classic Series. You can go back and watch right now, all available on BowlTV.com. And of course, the on-demand content available across the site. Got the great chat community. We mentioned those good folks, but we also have giveaways. Not yet. I'm going to say that for a little bit, but we're going to be giving away a bowling ball today. Like a brand new, never before used, not plugged, brand new bowling ball to one lucky Bowl TV viewer. So not only do you get to watch the best athletes in the world compete on the PWBA Tour, to be a part of a great community, but you win a little bit too. You can win. Speaking of wins, that strike is basically going to wrap up the win for Brianna Cote. Actually, Conte with the late string of strikes. Put the pressure on, but it's not going to be enough. Cote, once again, doing her thing, taking care of business, can still get to 249 this game. Some other quick scores. We're actually switching across the house already. Let's see. Liz Culkin, 234 to 204 over Maria Jose Rodriguez. Valerie Bercier with the win over Birgit Norreichs. Lindsay Boomershine, 248 to 204 over Stephanie Johnson. A few of the others have already switched over. Shan Pluhowski, 234. She's going to get the bonus 30 on top of that. This is going to be nuts. This is going to be crazy fun to watch. For real.
So, real quick observation there watching Gongora's final shot. I don't know, the fronts might be looking for a little bit for her. She was exceptional in round 1, going up the boards and the outside with urethane and seeing some hook. Well, Aaron, you said it all. I think this is exactly what we would want. Last PWBA block match play of the season. And what else could we really ask for at this point with no player of the year decided yet? And probably won't be based on what we already know until maybe tomorrow, which would also be exceptional.
Exceptionally awesome and crazy at CBS Sports Network.
TV would appreciate that if we could save the winner for that until tomorrow. JT, the producer, would thoroughly enjoy that situation.
He would. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick reset here. Once again, if you're watching on Facebook or YouTube, we're going to be cutting the feed off here. Got to head over to BullTV.com to check out the action. If you're already on Bull TV, we're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back from the Tour Championship in just a moment here from Reno, Nevada, in the National Bowling Stadium. So as we get into game two, moving to 65 through 68 now, we have Stephanie Johnson versus Dasha Kovalova over on 67-68, and then Diana Zavyalova taking on Maria Jose Rodriguez over on 65 and 66. And something we did talk a little bit about with Diana yesterday in our recap. Article on PWBA.com. Her first event competing in glasses. So the kind of the backstory behind that, she went home to Latvia during the break after the U.S. Women's Open, and she had been having some issues with her right eye, with the vision with it, and she ended up going to an optometrist, and while she was going through the check, when they put the I don't know the proper term for it, but essentially the device where they can switch the lenses back and forth, and they were going through that, and all of a sudden they switched to one, and DZ was like, "Whoa, this is crazy." So ended up picking up a pair of glasses. Originally, wasn't thinking of using them for bowling purposes, more so for driving, a few other things, but did not expect to use them originally while bowling, while competing, while practicing. One day while she was practicing, though, she decided to give it the old college try. And then just like that, once again, everything was clear, and she decided going to try it out here this week, and it's been pretty good so far. She made match play at the Reno Classic, rolled a 300 game in qualifying as well on the way to an 8th place finish. I got a check at the Pepsi Classic, finishing 23rd, and entering competition today with the overall lead. Here at the Tour Championship, looking to make her third consecutive major show. Finished 5th in both at the Queens and the U.S. Women's Open, but the only player this season to advance to the championship round in each of the 2 previous major championships. Now, as these scores begin to roll in, I would like to take this opportunity to run down the scores heading into competition today as far as points for the Player of the Year race. So the way we figured these out is after the 16 games yesterday, obviously the players were are in their place in the standings. So essentially we assigned those points. So for instance, Brianna Cote, second overall entering competition today. So we gave her second place points, saying just, okay, this is what happens if nothing would change. So with that 18,000 points for second place, 129,445, that would put her first overall. Verity Crawley currently would be second. at 128,000 even, but we just saw her shoot 279. She's going to get bonus pins. So when we get that next update, she's potentially going to be moving up a few spots or getting a little bit closer to pushing up for a few spots, entering the day in 13th place. Dasha Kovalova, third, entering the day, 127,100. So those Verdi and Dasha both within less than 2,000 points, which can easily be made up by moving up a couple spots. Shannon O'Keefe is fourth, 126,670. Missy Parkin is fifth, 125,263. Julia Bond sixth. And once again, Julia is the farthest back in the standings. So she is 22nd. So she has a boatload of work to do today. But if she can put together just one of those crazy blocks, it's probably too far back to make the show, but it'd be interesting to see if she can go on a run and push that, just continue to push herself up the leaderboard. Would need a pretty magical run, but we've seen Julia strike a lot, especially here at the National Bowling Stadium. She's in sixth, 124,945. And then Liz Johnson, seventh, 120,660. Now, when we started round 2 of match play here at the Tour Championship, going through the same process based off of where they were placed in the standings, Liz was actually the overall leader for points for the season. So that's why this is so crazy. She literally went from first to seventh in one round. Absolutely crazy nuts. So that is what we're going to be keeping track of throughout the course of competition today. And once we get this top 8 or this 8-game block in the books and completed, and we look at those points, we'll know the situation for the show. It'll be very the scenarios will be very black and white. Then it'll be this needs to happen in order for player A to win, or player B, player C, player D, in all those situations. All right, and as we ran that down, we do have an update. Scores after 17 games here at the Tour Championship. Diana Zagalova continues to lead. She picked up another victory. So she is 13-3-1 right now. She's at plus 910. Brianna Cote still in second, plus 843. 249 with the victory. Shannon Pluhowski plus 804 in third. Missy Parkin plus 741. She had the loss with 256, but maintains fourth. And then Shannon Sellens does the same, 248 and a loss. She's at plus 731. So our top 5 does not change after game number 1. Shannon O'Keefe is 68 pins back at plus 663. Daria Payuk plus 651 is 80 pins back of the show. Liz Johnson plus 643, 88 pins back. So both Shannon and Liz gained a couple pins. They are closer to the show and have gained a couple spots. So Shannon entered the day in 8th. Liz entered the day in 9th place. Sandra Gongora plus 622, 109 pins back. Then we have our first little gap here. Maria Jose Rodriguez in 10th at 171 back at plus 560. Verdi Crawley is 192 back now. That 279 gets her to plus 539. She's now in 11th. She just gained 2 spots. Birgit Norreichs plus 497 in 12th. Stephanie Zavala with the 286 jumps all the way up to 13th plus 461. Dasha 258, but with the loss at plus 460. So Dasha gains 1 spot. Valerie Bercier plus 456. Stephanie Johnson plus 449. Liz Culkin plus 442. Julia Bond with that 279 goes from 22nd to 18th. And she is looking at within 100 pins of 12th place. So Julia, where's Julia at? She's taking on Lindsay Boomershine right now, but not in a position to shoot 279 again this game, but still an opportunity off to a strong start. But now she has a couple of players who she can quickly, with a big game, move ahead of. If they happen to struggle, if they slow down a little bit, or if she happens to face them. So there are some opportunities now for Julia to get back into the mix in this thing and maybe push the issue, especially if a few players fall off the show. So that's what's happening here. So Julia moves up 4 spots. Galante plus 395, Kelly Kulik plus 355, Misaki Mukutani plus 325, Shalinz O'Keefely plus 311, Lindsay Boomershine plus 206, and Jen Higgins plus 192.
As I get back into the seat here, Aaron, I'm assuming that you've already, based on your Julia Bond mention and where she's made the jump from, you probably also talked about Verity in that same sense.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
If you give the best players in the world essentially 3 opportunities, right? First round, okay. Second round, obviously make some adjustments if necessary, but generally speaking, you've got some strategy, and you're probably a better one based on what you've already experienced. And now you're putting them on this for the 3rd time. In some situations where, Verity, Julia, where they are in the standings, dictate the type of risk that they have to take today. They had to do something different, more than likely. Interesting note about Stephanie Johnson I learned yesterday. We were talking about a pin obviously this week, right? And he also left one on in the Pepsi Classic. Stephanie Johnson left 6 8-pins yesterday.
Oh.
Not just yesterday. I believe it was the round 2 block.
Oh.
6.
That's just crazy.
D. High there on the head pin, nearly a 4-9. Another good start to a game here for Diana. The interesting thing I believe about being in the lead in this event so far, Aaron, has been, there's really no opportunity to even consider, not that they would, but even consider taking the gas or taking your foot off the gas pedal.
You can't.
Because in the blink of an eye, really one game, things can change within the standings. So you have to be fully focused each and every shot because of the ability for other players, obviously, to create score and get score here on this paddle. Loss from Dasha shooting 258. Obviously would have loved an additional 30, but it still puts her in a position where work has to be done, not insurmountable at the moment. You put all your hopes and certainly your dreams in it. But you need multiple games of 250. and preferably consecutive. You see Maria just get one on the Greek church. She made a Greek church yesterday.
That's true. Yeah. Little ricochet to get the 4 and the 7. Went for the 3.
Aaron, let's pick a time to run through the newest scenarios regarding the Player of the Year.
Oh.
John had a.
I did make a run at it a little bit earlier.
Okay, my apologies.
But that was entering the round today.
Okay.
So, oh
boy. Shout out to John too. But all points based. So basically, you are not wrong for that thinking, John, in that sense, certainly. But because it is points based, and you can take a look at the point system. It's in the rules. PWBA.com, click tournaments, click rules, and then I think it's around page 15 of the document. It's rule number 14. PWBA competition points. There's basically points for standard events, and then for some classic series events like these, majors have a different point system where there's additional value awarded.
Mm-hmm.
But Roderick kind of has it pretty much down pat in reference to the example here, where if you do miss a few cuts and essentially are getting minimum points for those particular events, and someone else, of course, is doing the opposite, then you start to get that less separation, and everyone starts to get closer to the pack, which is really over the course of the season is kind of how it went down.
Yeah, I think kind of looking at everything going on, it's every player has had some ups and downs. I mean, I think Verity Crowley has arguably been the most consistent player, and she's missed, I believe, at least one cut this year. Or there was one event where she missed a cut or didn't cash. For a couple players, they have missed events throughout the course of the year too. So, if you look at those things and all that as well, for Verity not bowling the Kickoff Classic Series, she missed points for 3 events. Shannon O'Keefe missed the Greater Cleveland Open as she was coaching the McKendree Bearcats at the Intercollegiate Team Championships. So there were some missed events in there as well. But yes, it seems like every player has had some hiccups throughout the course of the year, which is, Julia was ahead of the points race for a big chunk of the season after her win at the Queens. But then Verity had the big performance at the Summer Classic Series, making 3 consecutive shows, which really narrowed the gap. Julia had started to have some struggles at that point, and then all of a sudden we see Verity take over. We see Dasha in the top spot. We see other players hop in and out, and up spots, down spots. So it's really the culmination of the season. Just overall, these players have really all had their moments, both good and bad.
It's been an interesting season overall. But one that looks like it's the best. so far.
It's nearly another 7-10 for Diana there in the ninth. But I mentioned it to kind of lock in the craziness that's going on here. When we plug in the points per round, after round number 1, Liz Johnson was actually leading for Player of the Year. When, just based off of position through the first 8 games. After round 2, even though she didn't drop that many spots, it was 7 spots she dropped. She dropped all the way to 7th in points, or in the projected points list. So that's just how close it is. It's phenomenal. Phenomenal for us to talk about. Probably a little more nerve-wracking for the players themselves. So we're getting toward the end of game 2. Some scores rolling in. Birgit can still shoot 279. She's going to pick up the win over Misaki Mikutani. Ashley Galante will step up in the 10th with a chance to defeat Shannon Pluhowski. Pluhowski 224. Ashley can still get into the 240s this game. Shalins O'Keefely 193 to 188 over Liz Culkin. Shannon O'Keefe's going to get a win over Missy Parkin. O'Keefe in the books with 219. Best Missy can get to is 212. Daria Payuk's going to get a win over Shannon Sellens. So that was almost a position round-esque matchup. 233 for Daria. The best Shannon can get to is 192. Brianna Cote 245 in victory over Sandra Gongora. Sandra can max out at 216. Julia Bond's going to pick up another win, 235 for the 3-time champ. She's going to defeat Lindsay Boomershine. Best Lindsay can get to 226. Kelly Kulick had the front 7 on her way to 264 and a win over Verity Crawley. And Mr. Williams.
Yes.
Stephanie Zavala. 266 to 204 win against Jen Higgins.
Amen.
552 after 2.
You're riding the story.
552 after 2, folks. So we are on high alert. SZ. By the way, I've seen the new logo she's got. Have you seen the SZ's logo?
I have not.
Oh,
Is it hot?
It's fire. I'm a big fan of it. It's we'll have to see where she's at next game. We might have to kind of keep a track of this as it's happening. But Liz Johnson's also going to pick up a victory. Going to be in the 220s against Valerie Bercier. And this is actually the final pairs wrapping up. So this will be the end of game 2. DZ in the books with 216. Maria a little bit too far back, though, even with the late string of strikes. Best she can get to is 207 here. Dasha in the books at 217. So Stephanie will need a mark to lock up the win. 552 after 2. Woo!
Hey, man.
Woo!
I'm going to just keep saying that. Hey, man.
That is a number.
Listen,
286, 266.
we'll have to talk to Chris, who is her great friend, ball driller. He has been here all week and at several events that she has been at, being that extra set of eyes that she's talked about. And I'll ask him about what they decided or chose to do, they and or, of course, the Storm reps this week, and how they decided to attack today. Because to me, it's pretty clear that she came out obviously being very aggressive, knowing that she's got to make a considerable jump. And if you in this situation, then you uh, conservative in that sense, right? You've got to go full throttle. If you want to give it a run, then you might have to do some things that maybe you wouldn't normally do until a few games in.
Mm-hmm.
Use a different ball, a couple balls that may not normally see play early, you might see play. So if you've got the strategy, if you can get through at this point, I think it's the transition is going to happen, right? And we know it's kind of already happening, obviously. But if she hits that, then that would be the key. If she can somehow maneuver through that and still stay away from the splitsville. If the strikes do kind of taper off, can she leave makeable spares and still, get 220, 230, make those wins? That's going to be, I think, the key in the middle of the block.
There's a terrible drainage situation in Splitsville, by the way. I was not sure if you had heard about that.
We into game 3?
Game 3 time.
All right. Evan, it's a good question. I think it's still much like yesterday when someone else asked a question about a particular player and whether they make the show or not. I think it's still too early to tell. It's literally game by game at this point. I think our goal today was talking to someone on the staff. They were going to try to get us some something after 4 games from a standings perspective, points projected at that particular point in time. That's the only way we would really know at that point. If there's anyone obviously ahead of Shannon in the points, and she makes the show and they don't, then obviously she will still have an opportunity to win. I mentioned this earlier in the week, though, and boy has it played out to a T. And obviously, we all know this is a points-based award. But I said earlier in the week, because what we expected to have happen this week, which has happened, and some things that have happened that we didn't expect in regards to the very small margins between players for this Player of the Year award, was if this thing was a vote, who would you vote for? So I'm curious. Maybe we'll do a mock poll. Maybe after the halfway point of today, of this block. If you had a vote, who would you vote for a PWBA player? I really liked what John was saying, and he's not technically wrong. Specifically, though, for Julia, I think it was the back half of the season, really from the IBC Classic, the Bowl TV Classic, Spokane, and the U.S. Women's Open. Those 4 events were her lowest finishes of the season. At the same time, Verity was being very dominant, and she made every show at the Summer Series Classic as an example. So that's kind of how you get to the point that we got to with all of the players involved, especially at the major, where Julia finished 41st. While you were away, Aaron, trying to make some sense of or help tell a better story. We were talking about Julia.
So you didn't get me lunch then?
I did not get you lunch yet.
Oh, okay. I figured that's what you guys were talking about.
There's another pocket 710 there for DZ. But I thought John really had a good point earlier, just about Julia's resume basically, and how she wouldn't be at the top, which she was for the longest of time. But he's not wrong. When we talked about the ups and flows of the season, and you start mentioning various players, and I think just the last 4 events for Julia, where I think her lowest finishes of the season overall, missed the cut at the U.S. Women's Open, missed the cut at Spokane, and obviously missed the cut at the major. Additional opportunity for some points go away. At that same time, Verity had made every show at this point at the Summer Classic, had won a title already, et cetera, et cetera. So it was all of a sudden you just start getting these, one person's kind of dropping a little bit, but there's other players now steadily moving up at the same time, and they kind of meet in the middle.
Mm-hmm. And getting back to, I know we had a question about Shannon O'Keefe too, and just for, and once again, there's a lot of moving parts to this, but if Shannon misses the show, if she finishes 6th, the most points she can finish with is 127,270. So that means there's a few scenarios where players would be ahead of that. With Dasha and Verity both moving up in the standings so far today, if they would be able to retain their positions, that would be enough to stay ahead of Shannon and, if she didn't make the show. Additionally, for Missy Park and for Brianna Cote, with them being potentially on the show at the moment, obviously if they lose their matches, they get the points switched. So Cote would still have to finish 2nd in that situation. So Cote currently in position to make the show. For Missy Parkin, she would have to finish at least 2nd to move ahead of where Shannon's at. And then Liz Johnson, Liz would also have to be in a position to make the show. If Liz was able to make the show, Shannon 6th, there is a scenario where if Liz, Liz would have to finish 2nd. So there's a few situations where she could get surpassed in that. So the easiest road for Shannon right now is just to control her own destiny, make the show, and not have to wait through all these scenarios to need things to happen in her favor for it. And I think with the way a few of these athletes have been competing, I think she knows that too, that she needs to make the show.
If you are just joining us, this is game 3 of 8. Game 3 of 8. Final 8-game block of the PWBA Tour Championship here from the National Bowling Stadium in Reno, Nevada. My name is Emil Williams Jr. along with A.A. Rum, Aaron Smith. Continue live coverage here of the PWBA Fall Classic Series with about 2.9 events in the books.
2.9
already. The Reno Classic, the Pepsi Classic, and of course the Tour Championship. A few games away from being undecided, but we will know, of course, our top 5 players will advance to tomorrow's live CBS Sports Network televised finals. Scoreboard update. Thank you, Evan. Diana Zavjalova, plus 956. Boy. Aaron, what do you think the last time Diana Zavjalova lost a game? Lost a match, I should say.
Technically,
I know you can.
I can look at it,
Yeah.
but it's been probably, let's see, what time did the second round start yesterday? 2 o'clock local time?
Yes.
So probably about 3 p.m. Pacific time.
You'd be about right. Last
Yesterday,
loss for
10:29, 10:29:21.
The last loss for Diana was yesterday. Game 2 of round 2. She tied the next game, and she has won the last 7 matches, or her last 7 matches, 14-3-1. Brianna Cote is second at plus 918, 12-6. She is 2-0 on the day with 2 240-plus games.
Mm.
And obviously 2 victories. Shannon Pluhowski still in third. 234, 224. She lost the 224 match. She's 10-8 at plus 820. Plus 828. Missy Parkin is fourth at plus 753. And Missy's actually 0-2 so far today. But the 256 to start did help. And Shannon Sellen still hanging on, but boy, now we've got some new individuals threatening this spot. Currently held down by Shannon Sellens. She's at plus 723. She's got to get a victory at some point here. Daria Payok now has moved into 6th place. 9 pins off the show. With a 194 victory in game 1 today, followed by a 233 victory.
I feel Daria's been very under the radar this event, but she has been just hanging around that 6, 7, 8 position throughout the course of competition here.
Well, she went 200 over yesterday. Good block of 18-11. 5-3 to put herself in a nice position. And she kind of tapered off a little bit late and shot 171. If she doesn't shoot that, she's in the top 5 yesterday, no doubt. And then, of course, Shannon Pluhowski on the other side went 267 to move into 3rd place yesterday. Shannon O'Keefe, by the way, who we've been discussing here lately, plus 712. She is 2-0 so far and 11 pins back in the show. Liz Johnson is 8th, 24 pins back at plus 699. Sandra Gongora, 0-2 so far, still with a chance here. She's only 85 pins back. She's in 9th at plus 638. Birgit Nordreichs is 10th at plus 584. Maria Jose Rodriguez is 11th at plus 566. Verity Crawley 12th at plus 562. Stephanie Zavala, of course, as Aaron mentioned, we saw 286, 266, and we're watching her 3rd game progress here. She's at plus 557 in 13th place, 166 pins back.
I take it 166 pins back. 2 games ago, she was 338 pins out of the show. That is phenomenal. And 800 to watch 2021 still on point.
We've already had 1-800 this week.
It's true, Lindsey Boomershine.
So Lindsey Boomershine, who shot 300, 801. Forget the round. I believe it was the Pepsi Classic, right?
Pepsi Classic, yep.
Someone kind of off topic from what we're just referring to, but someone who could really be and probably should be in the top 15 at minimum is Masaki Mukutani. And I just glanced up at the scoreboard, and she looks like she can get to the 250s here this game. And I think back to yesterday and how many games she did not win with high scores. So that's one of those when you look at the scores, you look at the standings, and we say, right, in other sports, right, that's doesn't show up in the stat sheet. Like when you really look at her performance, and many of you were watching her yesterday and pointed that out, she went 1-7 with losses of games of 225, 223, 220, 267, 223. She lost all of those. And it says she's in 22nd place. She was unable to obtain really any bonus points.
As we watch the scoreboards here. Brianna Cote. 279 her max. In position. Kelly's bowling a great game. Kelly can still shoot. 240 this game. But Cote is essentially a mark away from locking up another victory. She could, she might be pushing for the top spot here. Zavialova up by 38 for the overall lead, so could get down to it.
Let me finish those standings for some who I'm looking at for particular players. I forgot where I stopped, to be honest with you. Zavala. Stephanie Johnson was 14th at plus 514. 209 back. Dasha Kovalova, 15th at plus 477. She is 246 pins back. Ashley Galante is 16th at plus 469. Julia Bond, 17th. Talking about JB, of course, at plus 464, 259 back. Kelly Kulik, 18th at plus 449.
So Stephanie Zavala will be stepping up here in a couple moments. After game number one, we were talking about, she shot 286. Followed up with 266, 552 at the turn. 269 would be 821 for her first three. Oh gosh. Oh.
Man, I've always been a fan of the stadium. But Bowl TV knows my love-hate relationship with 8 pins.
It is very true. It is very true.
The stadium has just been devastatingly bad for 8 pins this week. Come on, stadium. Why are you doing this to me? So Stephanie Zavala. Ninth frame. Well, she looks so at ease right now, too. Would be, my bowling history does not go that far. So I would have to refer to the people like JT and others who have been around this tour, and really in any tour to the professional level. But if Stephanie Zavala were to somehow find a way to make this show, after opening match play with a game of 96, it would be one of the most improbable things I'd have to think in the sport's history. First shot, 10th frame. Bang. Got some good scores coming in. Appreciate all the updates as usual from the community in the chat. Cote will defeat Julia Bond, and Julia will not get past 172. That's the best she can do. Again, with Shannon shooting 245, that's huge, especially with Daria Payo just a few pins back of now 5th. Cote puts a nice stamp, shoots 279. Kelly shooting 234, still a good game. That's a plus 109 into the column for Brianna Cote. To get in the 260s. Oh, late love on the 10. And Zavala's got a chance to shoot 821. So all of a sudden, obviously it's the Zavala watch now. We've got Cote creeping on the come up. Potentially trying to overtake Diana Zavjalova for this top seed. And DZ with that strike is going to be in the 220s. The 2021 Rookie of the Year still rewriting her story with each and every shot. 821 for the Rook. Incredible. We could be using the word improbable in a few games. 286, 266, 269. As Aaron Smith would say, yowza. Final shot here for Diana Zavjalova. I think we are all here for whatever Stephanie Zavala is going to present. We're here for it. Well, some moving and shaking here in game 3. He would also say that too, Wilfredo. Let's go. All right, so Missy Parkin shot 159. Zavjalova 226 with the victory. So we've reached quadruple digits in the plus category now for match play. Diana should be at plus 1012. But Brianna Cote with the 279 victory and the win, by my count, will move into first place with a 1027 total. Obviously, we will get the update and have it confirmed. Hayok 7 with the 182. I did not see. Oh no, Shannon Sellens shot 244 or 45 with the victory. Puhalski 235. .893 unofficially for Puhalski. Missy Parkin giving some pins back. Missy might be at, should be at plus 712. Sellens plus 798 unofficially. Shannon Sellens, I did not see what Shannon O'Keefe finished with that game. So it should be Kote, Zavyalova, Puhalski, Sellens. Unsure about what O'Keefe shot. We'll find out shortly. If it was higher than Daria Payok, which it looked like it was just when I glanced over a few frames ago, Shannon O'Keefe might be fifth right now. Thank you. 237. Yeah, O'Keefe should be in fifth. And of course, Stephanie Zavala. 269. Her total 557 at plus 656. And boy, she's going to be right on the heels of Missy Parkin wherever she may fall. And Stephanie Zavala, obviously now firmly in the mix. She is on her LeBron James. And you guys say, well, what are you talking about, E? LeBron James, if you recall, right? The 2016 NBA Finals, the chase down block. Stephanie Zavala is on the chase down. Whatever seed it may be, at this point, it's just fifth. And so right now, fifth is Andre Iguodala, and Stephanie Zavala is LeBron James. Sid Rowe, hopefully you're not leaving. You can't leave now. We got a Zavala O'Keefe matchup. This is game 4. I'm going to speak with my trusty confidant, Aaron Smith. All right, we're going to go there. All right, O'Keefe versus Zavala. Parkin and Higgins. Oh, we're taking you there. We're taking you there like the staple singers. Ain't nobody crying. Ain't nobody worried. Hello, William. We should have an update for you regarding the scores as game 4 just underway. We'll have an update shortly, but Shannon Sellens specifically just shot 245 and got a win and should be in 4th place by my count, but we'll know for sure. And it looks like standings are indeed updated. Appreciate the staff getting them in and out quickly. And here we go, folks. Brianna Cote plus 1027, 13 and 6. Diana Zavyalova second at plus 1012. Again, the 279. And not to be outdone, right? Brianna Cote this morning, 249, 245, 279 for a nice little 773 of her own. She's in the lead, plus 1027. Zavyalova second, plus 1012. Shannon Pluhowski plus 893 in 3rd place. Shannon Sellens again 4th. 245 in the final game, or excuse me, last game, plus 798. Shannon O'Keefe, as I mentioned in thought, is now 5th, plus 779. Shannon is 3-0 on the day. Liz Johnson also 3-0 on the day. She is now 6th at plus 766. 13 pins back. Liz Johnson again 6th at plus 766. Missy Parkin at a 159 game has now dropped to 7th, and Missy is 0-3 on the day, 67 pins back. Daria Payok at 182 game drops her from 6th to 8th. She is 83 pins back, and Stephanie Zavala has moved into the top 10, ladies and gentlemen. Top 10. She is 9th. 123 pins back of the show. Sandra Gongora is 10th, still hanging around. Zavala, by the way, plus 656. Gongora 10th at plus 644. Birgit Nordreich's 11th at plus 628. Verity Crawley 12th at plus 602. Verity is 177 pins back, and then you get into the 200s in regards to how many pins back of 5th. Stephanie Johnson is 13th, plus 561, 218 back. Maria Jose Rodriguez 14th at plus 559. Actually, just discussed she's got she's irritated a pain in her middle finger, so she's dealing with a little pain on her left hand. Which is good, at least it's not her bowling hand in that regard, but she's been through it this week. Kelly Kulik is 15th at plus 483. And let's see, Dasha Kovalova, you get down to 16th at plus 462. Dasha with a big game to start, 258 in a loss. She is 0-3 and falling further behind. To finish it out, Galante is 17th. Ashley Galante at plus 439. Liz Colkin is 18th at plus 437. Julia Bond is 19th at plus 433. Valerie Bercier is 20th at plus 425. Misaki Mukotani, 21st at plus 378. Finally got a win, getting 257. Shaolin Zulkifli, 22nd at plus 316. Lindsay Boomershine, 23rd at plus 307. Jen Higgins, 24th at plus 248. A double there for Zavala, the 810 there in frame number 3, facing Shannon O'Keefe. Shannon now right on the show currently in 5th place. Missy Parkin again dropping to 7th place. She is 67 pins back right now of O'Keefe. Wow, what a morning and afternoon for some bowling. And as you mentioned, we've got a couple of situations regarding the fronts. Cote, front 6. Birgit Nordreich's front 6. Well, the Nordreich's Crawley match. And for Birgit, who is not all the way out of it. And 11th, still hanging around in a decent spot. Just 151 pins back. O'Keefe, good shot. Clip that 10 out. Shannon has won this event twice. 2017, 2019. Of course, we've mentioned it's a different format. For those of you who have been familiar with the Tour Championship in previous seasons. Normally a 16-player field filled with by champions from that season and the highest point earners who did not win a title. Of course, this year different, part of the Classic Series, but still a major. Fourteen-time PWBA titleist. Jen Higgins making Missy Parkin certainly work. Nice spare made for O'Keefe. Let's keep it up. Brianna Cote run came to an end. Boy, if you are, I see a couple of folks just joining us. Here's the recap for you. Basically, as someone or as Evan talked about, Stephanie Zavala opened up with 8:21. She is now in 9th place. Shannon O'Keefe is 3-0 on the day. She has moved into 5th place right now on the show. Brianna Cote has reclaimed the lead after shooting 279 this morning in game 3 and shot 773 for her first 3 games. Diana Zavyalova has done nothing wrong. Her scores and games are not as high at the moment. That's the only difference. Get that 8-pin out. But DZ is 2nd. Luhowski is 3rd. Shannon Sellens, a couple of 240 games. She is 1-2 on the day, however, but remains in 4th. Again, O'Keefe is 5th. Liz Johnson is 6th, 13 pins back. Missy Parkin shot a $159 the last game, drops her to 7th. She is 67 pins back. Daria Payok, who 1 game ago was 6 pins back of the show, and 6, she is now 8th. That's a shooting 182. Zavala back on a 4-bagger. O'Keefe to answer. Lazy 10-pin. And again, down the way. Yergat didn't see what the split was, but she converted it. Cote had a chance to go back-to-back 279s. Verity Crawley was looking pretty good here until a split in the 7th. Puhalski can get to 239 in a very good match against Stephanie Johnson, who can get to 230. And that's a big match for obviously Puhalski. Certainly at this point in the tournament, you need all the bonus pins at this point. It's going to be the overall difference as we get down into it. Daria Payok perhaps thinking about 279. That's the type of start she is on here in game number 4. Man. O'Keefe. Finally some love on the 10. That was probably just inches away from being a pocket 710 of the wrap variety that we saw last night or 2 nights ago. Missy, no love. All right, here's Zavala. Again, working on a 5-bagger. This has been what it's been about today. Need some help? Oh, holding. Offense. Stephanie Zavala. Penalty is declined. First down. Ooh. Ooh. Bruh. Bruh. Other scores to update you. Zavala now as we watch. Looking to get in the 250s and continue on this improbable path to the show. Potentially high flush, the 9-pin goes. Unbelievable. Brianna Cote, 258. Liz Colkin, 235. Zavyalova, where is DZ? We have some scores already making the flip to the next game. I guess we did. I don't see Diana on my sheet here. Good place for it. And folks, it's happening. Aaron Smith, he's mind blown at this point. 252 for Stephanie Zavala. If you are scoring at home, we cannot make this up. Again, Zavala. .821 for the first three. 286, 266, 269, now 252. Match now against O'Keefe, who is not bowling bad by any stretch. But for O'Keefe, who is fifth, certainly needs all the bonus pins she can get. But at this point in time, just trying to get into the 220s. Birgit Nordreichs is going to defeat Verity Crawley, and Birgit's going to be in the 260s with a win. 3 monster games from 3 players, some currently in the show and some just outside of it. Big shot there for O'Keefe. 220 is going to be great, certainly for Shannon. Needs them all. So I did reach out, asked Curtis to reach out to Chris, or I'm sorry, go down and talk to Chris. And Chris is the great friend of Stephanie Zavala. He has been here all week and throughout the season, most of the season with her. And he said it's all mental today. She came in with a much better perspective and nothing to lose. That's so far the difference in the performance of Stephanie Zavala. And I think we've all had a situation where we said, you know what, we've got nothing to lose. Let's just see what happens. And we are seeing what's happening right now for Stephanie Zavala through 4 games. She's got us all on board. We've all got tickets.
Crazy part about this, Emil, and there's many mind-blowing moments that are happening. You are 100% right. Brianna Cote,
Yeah,
773. She just added 258. She's at 1,031 for 4. She's averaging 257, nearly 258, and she is still 42 pins behind what Zavala has done so far. Zavala at 1073 for 4. Now averaging 268.25 for the block. What is happening? How? Yeah.
I mean, it's the same player that's out there. who did open up this match play, not today, yesterday, opening up match play round 1 with 96. It's the same player in the physical, but it's clearly not the same player from the mental today.
It's just phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Like there have been instances where we've seen players make runs over the course of a block. You think about, Shayna Blahusky earning the top seed at the U.S. Women's Open in what year was that? 16? I think that was 2016, where she was 24th to start match play, and she worked her way through the block for 24 games to get there. But to basically go from one block to almost the same spot to potentially make the show, 8 games?
All of a sudden, this match between Plahowski and Zavala is monumental in a sense, because it's at this point, every game is position round at this point, especially with what Zavala is doing. So really, anyone who faces Zavala at this point is in danger based on what has happened. And Brianna Cote, same thing. If you're facing Cote right now, you're in danger.
Take cover.
All of this, and we've still got a bowling ball to give away.
Say what? My goodness, this is Emil, the storyline, and she's got the front three. I mean, this was mean, think about the storylines we had coming into this, Emil. Players jockeying for Player of the Year, final major of the season, CBS Sports Network, $50,000 top prize. I was ready for a lot of things. I was legitimately ready for some crazy stuff. But this might take the cake, and she's going to have some work here in the fourth. Leaving the 3-4-7-10, but based on how things have gone today, wouldn't be surprised to see her make a run at this. Oh, in front of it? Come on. All this excitement going on, Emil. You know, we couldn't have this type of excitement without our great industry partners. And we wouldn't have this great lane condition resulting in all these amazing scores. We didn't have the good folks at Kegel. Kegel, the official lane maintenance provider of the PWBA Tour. With products for bowling centers, coaches, and mechanics, Kegel is truly built for bowling. Visit kegel.net to learn more about all they do for our great sport, including Specto. You got to check out Specto. Specto Bowling has everything you need for a hardcore practice. See your stats and learn what your ball is doing. Download the Specto Bowling app today. Stephanie Zavala had downloaded the Specto Bowling app, looked at it over the course of her first 4 games. She might actually break it because it was that good. But no, Specto, very awesome. Application. So big thank you to Kegel, the official lane maintenance provider of the PWBA Tour.
Here we've got scores.
Do it.
Brianna Cote has extended her lead. She is now at plus 11-15 after the scores we spoke about. 10:31 scratch for Brianna Cote. 14-6 now. Diana Zavjalova took her first loss of the day. The first since yesterday afternoon. Now 15-4-1 at plus 1027. Jenna Pluhowski with 3 out of 4 victories today. She is at plus 962 and a nice little margin building for Pluhowski in this number 3 spot. In fact, she is now flirting with the second seed at this point, just 65 pins back of Diana Zavjalova. And 153 pins ahead of 4th place Shannon Sellens, who is 4th at plus 809. Shannon O'Keefe remains in 5th. Haven't had any change in the top 5 now for 2 games after Cote reclaimed the lead. Liz Johnson is still 6th at plus 764, 42 pins back. Daria Payok 7th. At plus 757, 49 back. Missy Parkin is 8th at plus 743, 63 pins back. Stephanie Zavala is 9th at plus 738, 68 pins back. Huge game from Bjørget, as we spoke about previously. 264 in the win. She's 10th, plus 722, 84 pins back. And still, right there, Aaron Smith. Can't forget about her at this point. Sandra Gongora is 86 pins back at plus 720 in 11th place. And then there's a considerable jump, or dip, excuse me. Crawley is 12th at plus 629, and she is 177 pins back. Maria Jose Rodriguez, 13th at plus 611. Stephanie Johnson, 14th at plus 526. She is 280 pins back. And Shannon Pluhowski, now on the heels of Diana Zavjalova, and she's got 6 in a row. Potentially to move into the number 2 spot. Second seed here at the moment. It could happen this game. We'll keep an eye on what Zavjalova is shooting. DZ has started, looks like double split strike. Taking on Daria Payok. That's a big match there. Tell you everything at this point is kind of position round. And with Payok just 49 pins back of the show, it's a huge, huge situation. There's 30 bonus pins obviously on the line.
You know, we got good people working on site here at the NBS, Valen. With everything that's gone on today, we're at the halfway point. We do have an, at the moment, player of the year race situation to take a look at based off of current spots in the standings right now. If you're on the show, you're given the maximum amount of points. Brianna Cote in the lead. If she were able to win, 136,445. Shannon O'Keefe currently in 5th, 129,270. Verity Crawley in 3rd, 128,300. Julia Bond in 4th, 126,145. Dasha Kovalova in 5th, 125,600. Liz Johnson, 121,560. And then Missy Parkin, 121,163 at the moment.
Good Lord.
But here's the crazy part about it. Top 5 stays the same. Shannon O'Keefe makes the show. Brianna Cote makes the show. If Shannon were to run the ladder and make it to the title match, it wouldn't be enough to get to Cote's total. However, let me get my abacus out here just to make sure. Shannon made the show, finished 5th. Cote, top seed. If she would lose in the final, from 25,000, that would drop to 18,000. That's 7,000 points. She would end up holding on to Player of the Year by less than 200 points.
Who was that?
Cote.
Okay.
So then all of a sudden, he was on the show and Shannon finished 4th. Cote was the top seed and didn't win. Then Shannon O'Keefe, Player of the Year. Real-time Player of the Year updates.
Appreciate staff on that. Pluhowski after that stone 9 pin. Strikes in the 9th frame. Well, that was a herder, as they all have been this week.
Cote can still shoot 267 this game.
Wow, she is. Listen, if anyone walks out of here this week saying that, not that they would, not that they didn't think Brianna Cote was a great player. We talked about her versatility and she's really never in a situation where she can't get to the 1-3. She's talked about before where she's been upset with herself regarding execution. It wasn't necessarily anything regarding the pattern, but she didn't physically bowl well or perform well. We talked about MVPs yesterday, Aaron. Shining like an MVP today. Brianna Cote.
The real MVP. Could be the season MVP.
It would be fitting. Came in here this week saying, seven players perhaps realistically have a shot at it. She was 8th. She might be the one, like Neo in the Matrix. She's dodging all this randomness.
That bubble Phoenix Suns team.
They didn't make the playoffs.
They didn't.
She looks like she's going to the show.
She is
Hook
in position.
So Stephanie only get to 231.
She's 37 pins under average then for the day.
If she strikes here, she would force a mark from Puhalski to get the 30 bonus pins.
Verdi Crawley is going to be in the 260s this game in a win against Liz Culkin. 67-68. Looking for the double. Gonna get the double. She's gonna get the double.
He's going to need a mark to secure 30 pins and a win.
Sorry, a pipe. That's 7 in that matchup against our good friend Diana Zavyalova. 231.
Daria's going to make it, or could be making it very interesting here. This is, you couldn't draw it up any better for the last round of a season. All right, Mark and Puhalski's got a dub. All right, wrap 7. Higgins on your left. $30 bonus, intact. And that is a big time victory. Still needs pins. 4 to be exact. But that's going to be a huge win for Puhalski again now, because Shannon is now into her own battles, right? She is in a great position with some distance between her and 4th and less than 70 pins between her and 2nd. So if she shoots 235 officially, she'll add 30 to that total. And slowly, again, you can hear the footsteps if you're Diana Zavyalova. The way it's looking, all of a sudden, DZ doesn't have the same look as Brianna Cote. Like I said before, Diana Zavjalova has done nothing wrong today. It's just that Brianna Cote is just annihilating the pins.
Well, she's averaging 257.2 for 5 games now after 255. 1286 for her 5 games. Zavala now at 1304. She's averaging 260.8 on the day. Mentioned Payuk. She did not strike in frame 8. Washout did not convert, but can still get to 264.
Aaron, let's go to that. Either the, I think we get both. Sellens, Rodriguez, Payuk, Zavjalova.
It's 49-52.
Those are 2 matches, 3 players. Specifically, Sellens and Payuk. Sellens trying to stay in the top 5. Payuk trying to get into the top 5. Thank you, Aaron. Shannon O'Keefe. Oh. Whoa. Whoa. Wow, that's going to be Zavjalova's 3rd split. I hope they all didn't look like that. She clearly thought that was a good shot.
That's it'd be troubling for her ball reaction.
The other side.
That's happening.
Bounce. The other side, Sellens has gone back-to-back wrap 10s. So Zavjalova now, best she can do is shoot 190 this game. With Puhalski already in the books with 235, really 265, including the bonus.
That'll get her to, she'll get to 2nd then. She's at 962, so that would actually get her to 1027, which is what PZ was at entering this game. And being unable to stay even for the game, not going to get the victory either. Shamplahowski's moving into 2nd.
Yeah, this is again still though. She hasn't go bad. She had the same look perhaps in here, and I think he just really touched on it from a ball reaction perspective. But A+ ball reactions right now. Brianna Cote, Stephanie Zavala, Shannon Puhalski.
Mm-hmm. So Rodriguez with the spare here. Best Sellens can get to this game is 207, so good count on the first shot from Maria will lock up the victory.
It's funny, and you definitely can't get ahead of the game, so to speak. But we're almost now potentially getting to a scenario where Brianna Cote might just go ahead and punch the ticket as the top seed. We're inching closer to that point.
You want to put a percentage on that?
It's not 99 today.
Not today?
Not 99 today.
No. All right.
I'm at this point I'm willing to go like 75 with 3 left. So now this battle with Daria, who is in 7th place. Liz Johnson is in 6th. Missy Parkin is 8th. Zavala 9th. And Bjerget 10th. Gongora 11th. All of those players still with opportunities And Payok is trying to cash in here in Reno. First shot in the 10th frame. Zavyalova is going to now get at least 20 pins back. By Aaron's math, Puhalski is going to certainly overtake Zavyalova with the same total that Zavyalova currently holds, at plus 1027. So she's going to be at, Diana's going to be at plus 1007. After shooting 180, she's going to be in third at minimum. Yeah, she's going to be third. It's going to be Kote, Puhalski, Zavyalova, 1, 2, 3. And potentially, Daria Payok may be fourth. Hook. Oh, that's a good break for Daria. Shannon Sellens needs some carry. That is what she needs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9 spares this game. Can she carry? She can that time. Obviously not going to be enough at this point to get the win, but every pin is so crucial now. And Daria Payok, lone open in the 8th. 264 and a win for Daria. And she has moved into the top 5, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, boy. Woo. Boy, you hate to see this, the ball reaction scenarios come up for certain players. It's hit Diana Z, it looks like at least. This game, again, the 9 spares mount. 7, 9 spares for Shannon Sellens in a 197 effort. She gets 2 of those, she wins the game. By the way, I don't think I said this at all today, but if I did, I apologize. But hello to all of our wonderful viewers here on Bowl TV. You have been treated to an exceptional round thus far of bowling. And you got to think certainly the TV show is going to produce the same thing. At least you hope so. TV is TV. It's a completely different animal. We know that. You know that. The players certainly know that. What a treat this has been. What a privilege for us to bring it to you. I'll tell you more about that in just a little bit. We're going to take a small break. Before we do that, let's figure out where we need to go. So all of a sudden, Daria has snuck into this thing. Shannon Sellens, Diana Zavyalova will face off here next. Other matches we'll keep an eye on. Shannon O'Keefe is facing Diana Zavyalova on 59 and 60. Shannon Pluhowski is facing Jen Higgins. Verity still not quite out of it yet either. Can't forget about Sandra Gongora, but she's going to need some big games. She's going to give it a run here late. Brianna Cote, not quite on cruise control, but almost. She's like still climbing. It's as if she's just taken off of the airport. She is still climbing. And here we are in game 6. She is not leveled off. You still need to be wearing your seatbelt.
The best part about that whole situation was that Emil actually did like the airplane motion with his hand of it going up.
Good point there on Mr. Rodero there. Stephanie's parents are in the building. Maybe possible I wasn't paying attention, but I think this is the first time that I've physically seen them, at least with my own eyes, here in the venue. Well, we've got 3 to go. A TV show to decide Aaron Smith. Players in and out right now of the show. Some historical hype performances so far, and one that could certainly be deemed improbable if she can complete the mission.
I have nothing to add to that because that was perfect.
And on that note, I'm going to take a small break. I'll be right back.
All right. And on that note, I'm going to take the opportunity to tell you good folks about another great gold industry partner here on the PWBA Tour, Storm. Storm Bowling is a leading manufacturer of high-performance bowling equipment. Visit your local VIP Pro Shop to pick up your new Storm bowling ball and bowl up a storm. You can learn more at stormbowling.com. For Brianna Cote, our tournament leader, taking on Misaki Mukutani. It's Mukutani, the one striking so far, spare 4-bagger. Just one strike for Cote in the first frame. She's followed it with a couple spares, but we've seen her make some runs in the back half of these games. Some big string strikes, but she's 5-0 on the day. We just got the score update. Plus 1,200. Plus 1,200 leading end. Good people of Earth. I believe last game, Emil mentioned it had been a couple of games. The top 5 had kind of stayed the same. Top 5 no longer looking the same. Cote leading, that's the same. Plus 1,200. As we thought, Shannon Pluhowski moving into second place. 1,027 over. 13-8 record. Diana Zavyalova drops to third at plus 1,007. Here's where it gets fun. Are you ready for the fun? Now entering the top 5 in fourth place after 264 last game and a victory. Daria Payuk at plus 851. Now in fourth, Liz Johnson, who's kind of been under the radar today, but is 4-1. Just put up another 225 and a victory, plus 819. Now on the show in fifth place. Shannon Sellen's the first player out. 13 back at plus 806. Shannon O'Keefe at plus 796, 23 back. Missy Parkin, 39 back of the show at plus 780. Stephanie Zavala still in ninth place, but only 50 off the show now. At plus 769, Sandra Gongora, 75 back, plus 744. Birgit Norreichs, 82 back. Verity Crawley, 267 last game. She is less than 100 pins off the show, in 12th place. Up to 12th place, 100 pins off the show, 3 to go. Verity at 726 over, 93 back. Wow. This is a phenomenal shift this game. Just absolutely crazy run here. Maria Jose Rodriguez in 13th, plus 664. Kelly Kulik, plus 601. Stephanie Johnson, plus 561. Ashley Galante, plus 558. Valerie Bercier, plus 499. Julia Bond, plus 492. Liz Culkin, plus 489. Dasha Kovalova, plus 474. Lindsay Boomershine, plus 366. Saki Mukutani, plus 342. Shalyn Zolkeefly, plus 267. And Jen Higgins, plus 249. Okay. James is right. We've had 5 games on this pattern. Players have seen it. They're comfortable. Are we going to see someone make another run here? We saw the big scores in games 7 and 8 yesterday. Zavala currently ahead in her matchup against Galante. Galante still keeping the pressure on here through 6. DZ looking for her third strike. Not going to trip the 4-pin out. Payuk, spare double. Taking on Maria Jose Rodriguez out the gates. Liz Johnson taking on Lindsay Boomershine. But Liz looking at a couple of splits already. Just 1 strike up on the board. And Lindsay Boomershine is striking. Spare 4-bagger in that matchup. Pretty close match underway. Parkin versus Stephanie Johnson. Shannon O'Keefe currently ahead of Dasha Kovalova. Shannon Blahowski started with the front 4. A couple spares after that, but she is well ahead of Jen Higgins. So she is on pace to get another victory. Verity Crawley, after that huge 267 game, just 1 strike through the first 6 frames, including an open. And she is down at the moment against Shalyn Zolkeefly, but still a winnable match. So that's going to be the big part about that. The 30 is still out there for her. We mentioned Cote. Strike, 3 spares. She hasn't missed since. She's thrown the next 4. Saki Mukutani had a split in the 8th. She was still running 290 up to that point. Dropped her max down to 252, which means Cote can go off the sheet and win another one. Another one. And shoot another 250 game while she's doing it. Sellens delivers the double. It's the slight edge in the match. Zavala. She really started the day 338 pins off the show. Really did. That happened. There's a shot. Great shot there from Diana. Zavala's got another 250 game out there. Shannon O'Keefe striking it up this game. This is just wild. Absolutely wild. Cote with a split in the 9th frame. She's going to have her low game of the day, and she's probably going to take the loss here now. Her max 224. Misaki can mark with good count and get into the 230s. With the way the scoring pace has gone, Birgit and Sandra facing off on 67 and 68. Close matchup there, but neither of them really going too crazy scoring. It's a 2-team to 2-0 max score situation. And that was a kind of an awkward hit there for Shannon. So looks like we'll have to get a couple pins and respot there. Shannon O'Keefe, folks, can shoot 258 this game. She's going to get the victory. 23 off the show. Zavala essentially needs to match that to keep the same separation she had between O'Keefe. This is something else. Galante max score here, 226. So Zavala is able to get the strike in the 9th. She would just need a mark in the 10th to lock out. Oh, 10 pin. Drops the max to 237, so still in position to step up in the 10th. The double can lock it up. Cote strikes out for 224, but she is going to get the loss. Mukutani has delivered her mark in the 10th. Gongora finishes with 196, so Birgit will need the first strike in the 10th over on 67 and 68. Zavala, no problem on the spare. Sellens, after that open, comes back with the strike, but as good as DZ has looked this game, she is going to need some help. Puhowski, another victory. 236. And the 30 bonus pins. continuing to solidify her position in the top 5. Vala gets the mixer. Now just needs to fill the mark here. Spare would be enough. 226 the max for Galante. Spare would be 227 for Zavala. 237 still available. O'Keefe is going to be in the 250s this game. So she's going to be pressing that number. Missy Parkin's going to have a humongous 10th frame opportunity to punch out to get the 30 bonus, taking on Stephanie Johnson. Stephanie's going to be in the 230s, delivering strikes in the 9th and first 2 in the 10th. Parkin can get to 248. So the spare means the 30 bonus pins, 227. Maria Jose Rodriguez is going to have the chance to throw a couple strikes here in the 10th to lock up the match against Daria Payuk. 246 the max for Maria, 236 is the best that Daria can get to. Liz Johnson is going to drop her match against Lindsay Boomershine, so as soon as she makes the top 5, she is going to quickly give that spot up. And that 4-9 you see on the far right of your screen was Missy Parkin's second shot of the 10th. She needed that hit. Even if she would have gone 9 on that, if either one of them would have fallen, she would have had the opportunity for the tie. So even if she makes it, she's going to lose by 1 pin to Stephanie Johnson. So she's going to miss out on the bonus pins here in game 6. 235 for Parkin. O'Keefe, 258. With the victory, that's going to be the big thing this game, is there's been some big scores from players who are around the number or just outside of it. Parkin's not going to get the victory. Daria Payuk now is not going to get the victory. But Shannon O'Keefe is going to put up an extra 88 on top of her 796. She's going to get to 884. Payuk can still stay ahead of her if she strikes out, or at least gets the double in the 10th. Liz Johnson falling, though, for Shannon Sellens. With the spare, the best she can get to. This game is 213. So I mean, this match is still up in the air for sure. Missy Parkin, 235. She's going to get to 815 over. Zavala, 227. And Wynn is going to get to 826 over. So she's moving up another spot. Shannon O'Keefe, you see her right there. Oh, just as we saw with Missy Parkin, 9th frame. 4-9 sneaks up here for DZ. Just one gives her 181 in the 9th, 211 the max score now. Sellens could double and 9 to get to 212. Payuk will finish with 236. So she is going to stay ahead of Shannon O'Keefe. So it looks like O'Keefe is moving back to 5th position. Depending on what happens with Sellens here in the 10th, Zavala could go around her as well. DZ once again has some room between 3rd and 4th to work with right now, but back-to-back losses after the 3-0 start. She'd like to restart the momentum here and gets the 10th pin out. She is going to force Sellens to double. I didn't catch Liz's final score. So depending on where she finished at that game too, Zavala could potentially sneak around her if she was sub 200. Double 8 now needed for Sellens. To find her 2nd victory here in match play round 3 at the Tour Championship. Don't have a chance to get up the hill. Oh, mixes them up. Oh, look out, world. 2-time reigning player of the year, Shannon O'Keefe. You knew Shannon wouldn't let this happen without a tremendous fight here, and off to the early advantage against Jen Higgins. That needs a hook. Not going to get there. DZ's going to get the victory. That's going to be another spot for Zavala. Zavala could have gained 3 spots that game. Definitely 2, maybe 3. She might be 6th right now. She'd be further away from the show than she was entering this game. Because Shannon O'Keefe shot 258, but she'd move up to 6th. It's in play. 6th or 7th now for Zavala, starting the round in 20th place.
Just a quick note for you, Aaron, and the good people of Bowl TV. The position round, the 1-2 match will begin on 47 and 48, just like it has been throughout the week. So prepare your channel viewing and changing now. Get your tabs open now. And if you don't have your popcorn ready, might as well get that too.
All right. Let's see what we got here. Let's see what's up on the big board. Harkin versus Zavala. It's a pretty intense matchup. Shannon Sellens versus Liz Johnson. 47-48. What are you thinking, Emil?
Well, each one has its own significance. So I think for us, we'll just need to gauge where we are in regards to each match's finals. So Shannon is in front, maybe comfortably, quote unquote. You can get to Sellens, Johnson, or Parkin, Zavala, especially based on when we get the standings update. Diana Zavyalova definitely fighting ball reaction today. Talked to Sean Ryan on my way back. He said she's essentially like 5 balls down from where she was yesterday.
Based off my calculations, I believe Daria 4, Shannon 5. Daria against Valerie, Shannon. In early control against Jen Higgins.
Also unconfirmed but assumed that, and it might be different depending on how many minutes they actually do take. There are 24 scores to make sure they're correct instead of 12. But the Pepsi and the Reno Classic players have gotten 5 minutes of warm-up after the break after Game 7. And Aaron, during that break, I would like to address the Bold TV community, if you wouldn't mind.
Not at all. Only if you don't mind.
Oh, yeah.
If I take the opportunity to tell the folks about good people at Rotogrip. Okay.
I mean, I don't
You
mind.
don't mind. All right, fantastic. All right, good. Rotogrip, proud gold industry partner of the PWBA Tour, and everything the good folks at Rotogrip do is put you in position to dominate. They make equipment that makes you your best, because that's not your name up there next to your score. It's your reputation. Visit rotogrip.com to view their complete line of high-performance bowling balls. Rotogrip.com, the place to be. Check it out. Well, just to throw an extra layer into everything here, Kelly Kulick has started with the front 8. In her matchup against Birgit Norrijks. I believe that's on 63 and 64. So I might have to be a little quick. If she gets 9, I'm gonna head over there.
Okay. Selins, Hayok, Zavyalova have all begun with front 3 or 4. And we have new updated standings. After 22 games, Rihanna Cote now plus 12-24. First loss suffered last game. 15-7. Shannon Puhalski is second, plus 1093. Diana Zavyalova third at plus 1047. All right, here we go. Daria Payok fourth at plus 887. Shannon O'Keefe is fifth at plus 884. Stephanie Zavala sixth, as Aaron mentioned, plus 826. She is 58 pins back. Liz Johnson is seventh at plus 822, 62 pins back. Missy Parkin eighth, plus 815, 69 pins back. Shannon Sellins is ninth at plus 808, 76 pins back. Sandra Gongora is 10th, plus 770, 114 back. Maria Jose Rodriguez is plus 739 and 11th at plus, 145 back. Your debt is 12th, plus 719, 165 back. Where is Kelly Kulick? Kelly is 15th. Stephanie Johnson was 14th at plus 628, 256 back. Kelly Kulick 15th at plus 623. She is 261 pins back. So interesting how that happened, man.
Hayek, 4 out of the first 5 now. Julia Bond Started with the front 6 before a 10-pin. And the 7th, Shannon Sellens, has started off with the front 5 against Liz Johnson. Liz looking to stay clean through 6, but no doubles up on the board. So a chance for Sellens to put herself right back into the situation. Zavala can still go 260s this game. But Missy is, as Missy does, Missy's not going to make it easy on her by any stretch. That one is, I kind of want to catch the end of that one. That might be a pretty big finish here.
Well, it's definitely going to. It could determine position round placing and who's going to bowl who.
Let's go there after these shots. And
the way it's looking right now, it's going to be. We'll wait to see what Diana does. So it's either going to be Kote, Puhalski / Zavyalova in the 1-2. And then it's going to be either Puhalski, Zavyalova versus Daria, Shannon O'Keefe, Stephanie Zavala, and also in that mix is the 5-6. It could be either of those individuals.
this might be the greatest day of my life.
Really?
It's hard to match. I'm trying to think of all the cool days, and this might be it. Every day will not be the same compared to this. So 258 the max score for Parkin, 265 for Zavala, 9th frame. Oh,
wow. Oh, good Lord. That's a great shot. What a shot. I mean, this could be for 6th place. And bowling, potentially the opportunity to bowl Shannon O'Keefe to get a spot on that show. This Parkin Zavala match.
I just realized, like, oh, the position round is next.
Yes,
How is this possible? Holy cow. What a day. All right, Parkin with the spare. So O'Keefe, this game can go. She can still max out at 239. So if Zavala strikes out, she would gain 26. And the difference was 58, so basically cuts it in half. Almost. But would it be in, would I say 26 pins? So it'd be a 32 pin advantage. So that would give it, oh, goodness. Emil, this could be the same position round 5-6 matchup that we had at the U.S. Women's Open.
How about that?
Zavala and O'Keefe.
And that was a win and you're in.
If it's more than 30, there is a possibility, or if it was a close enough match with the 30 bonus pins, where if O'Keefe was up by 32 and lost by 1, she would still make the show. Oh my gosh. Are you not entertained, Bull TV? Oh, she's averaging 255.16 on the day.
If you just joined us, folks, she opened up the block with 821 and has not looked back.
She just wrapped up that win. She's got that victory. This now becomes, this is a massive shot for Shannon O'Keefe to kick off her 10th frame. Over on 55 and 56 now. She's going to get the win. but that first hit is humongous.
Oh,
wow.
Oh, goodness. Stephanie Zavala has taken us on a ride. Began in Downey, California.
And the players, some players chasing her. Shannon Sellens can shoot 259 still this game. She's not going to make up any ground because she's in the 260s. She just shot another.
Unbelievable.
That's her third 260 plus game of the day.
We can officially move this to improbable.
Where's JT at? JT, we need that.
Yo, she shot 96 in game 1 of match play. 0.96.
Yes.
Came into today, according to Chris. Asked Curtis to talk to him. Didn't change anything physically, mentally. Came in, different perspective. Said, hey, nothing to lose today. Let's go out and see what happens. She's already the rookie of the year. She's already a 3-time titleist, and she's still treating us to major moments. Wow. Shannon O'Keefe and Shannon Pluhowski both shoot 216. This is Aaron, I think you're going to be right, man. At 5'6".
It's based off of my intel from looking here. O'Keefe's still going to be 5. Or I'm not even going to say that. O'Keefe is going to be ahead of Zavala, but by only 9 pins. So it's going to be another win and in situation. With things also happening behind them that could impact this. Shannon Sellens is going to get the win. Missy Parkin's going to have a phenomenal game here. 237. She's going to move up to 852. So she's still going to be 80 pins out. Shannon Sellens strikes out 259. She gets up to plus 897. So she would be next up. It would be a O'Keefe, Zavala, Sellens, Parkin. Missy would need a massive game and a little help potentially.
Somewhere we can get to real quick.
I was going to say we're not watching anything. Sellens? Payuk?
Let's go. Let's go.
Sellens. Okay.
Neither player is ready. Their opponents are finishing first.
Pluhowski posted 216 and another victory. She's now 6-1 for the block. I didn't catch what Cote did before it switched over.
And I also want to make sure we remind you, you guys have been watching this throughout, basically. And for those who have joined us within the last few games, obviously the story today is Stephanie Zavala and what she has essentially overcome to basically potentially be in a win-in-your-end situation. But Brianna Cote came into this not in the lead today. Took the lead, I think, in game 4 or
Game 3 or
5.
game 4, yeah.
And
game 3, she had the 279.
has extended the lead since. It's Kote and Zavala have been the best 2 players score-wise today, without a doubt. And I still say that Diana Zavjalova has not done anything from a bowling perspective. Of course, she just missed a single pin as I described that from her, but her scores have certainly are lower than what they have been, and that's due to her ball reaction being a little bit different than the first day. Big shot there for Sellens.
Oh.
Meanwhile, Payok has struck 2.
Oh my goodness. Holy cow. Okay, we're going to try and do the switch here real quick. This fill ball's huge. All right, Payuk has doubled. Okay, she's Valerie Bercier, 237. She has gotten the win. Daria at 887. She can get to 236. If she does that, she gets to 923. She will move into the win and in match with Zavala getting pushed back a spot. Oh, and 4. No. $9.17. So Zavala is on the show right now. It's going to be Zavala Payuk.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our 23rd game of match.
So that changes it up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes
Now,
our 23rd game of match play.
Kote Pluhowski, Zavjalova O'Keefe, and then the 5-6
So give us a moment. We'll be back to see who
becomes
to the live TV step ladder finals of our PWBA
Zavala
Tour Championship
and Payuk. Wow. That is, business is picking up here, folks. With Shannon Sellens within striking distance here. Holy cow, we're going to go, that's unofficial, but that count on the fill changes the whole dynamic of this final game. As we wait for this final position round in this arguably the most amazing day of PWBA. Of PWBA match play. I really hope I'm right with all these numbers too. I'm having a moment here with everything going on. This is just a phenomenal, crazy situation. We do want to take this opportunity, however, before the position round. We do have our bowling ball giveaway coming up as well. But we do want to thank another gold industry partner here for the PWBA Tour, Brunswick. The Quantum Evo Series celebrates the evolution of technology within one of bowling's most significant series of balls, the Quantum. The Quantum Core System, Dynamic Core 2, and Evolution Reactive create the most technology-driven quantum balls of all time. Check out the Quantum Evo, the Solid and the Pearl, on BrunswickBowling.com. You can check them out on the website. You'll find more information on which one will fit you and your game the best. BrunswickBowling.com, the place to be. A big thank you to Brunswick. For their continued support of the PWBA Tour. So once again, unofficially now, with the count on that fill from Daria, the 5-6 matchup is going to be Zavala 5, Payuk 6. With O'Keefe 4th, all unofficial.
Just blown away. Excuse me. Boy, just blown away, man. I ran over here too, by the way. I'm sorry.
You sound winded.
I am. Whew. While we have a moment, Aaron, I would like to address something, and it's the best opportunity I think we'll have before it's all said and done to give someone their flowers that needs their flowers. So, this is position round coming up too, by the way. If you are just joining us, we got one more game to go. I ran over here foolishly, and now I'm having trouble breathing. Aaron, let's get intimate for a quick second, if you wouldn't mind.
You want to come on screen here?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes, please. I just want to say, many certainly didn't know, of course, and if you weren't here, you obviously would know. We got a chance to really speak about it for at least a brief moment in time. This was supposed to be the final event for our director of operations, Tennille Milligan. She was going to be here and obviously receive the proper send off that she was supposed to receive. Unfortunately, we still live in the world of COVID. And a dear family member, husband, did test positive for COVID. She had to stay and take care of the family. Everyone is doing well. So from the health perspective, everyone is fine. I just wanted to make sure that I publicly acknowledge and address just how great Tennille Milligan was at this job, how much she cared about the PWBA Tour, the staff, and everyone involved. We will miss her, certainly. Heck, I don't even know if where I'm going to be next year, but I know that she will not be a part of it. And I would be remiss by saying that I will miss her. I appreciate all that she did for the tour, for me, for Aaron, for us. We love you, Tennille. Thank you so much for sharing your gifts and your talents. Someone who has won on this tour, and then also now, of course, really was the anchor after the first year since the relaunch, and she will transition into another role. So thank you, Tennille. Aaron, if you'd like to say a few, I'll give you that opportunity, but just wanted to give my thanks to her from that regard.
I think you said it perfectly. Yes, Tennille will still be working with USBC. She is moving to a different role in the rules department now. So she will still be laying down the law as only Tennille can. But as Emil said so eloquently, and I'm not going to try and do much more than you've already done because it was so great. But Tennille, just thank you for everything. Thank you for everything you've done for the PWBA. And we look forward to working with you in a different capacity moving forward, but certainly will be missed as being part of the PWBA Tour. So thank you, Tennille.
I can no longer give you popcorn on site. I'll just have to send you Garrett's to your house, which I will continue to do. But thank you. We love you. And now we'll get back to the position round talk. Aaron,
Emil.
I think we've run out of words. We can probably start using all of the superlatives as well. By the way, unsure about who's going to come in and handle business. That's TBD. But I wanted to make sure I said what I said because she deserves to hear that, and we would have done it in a different way if she was here, which she was supposed to be. Nonetheless, We've got one more game to go in what is arguably the best round or 8-game block I've ever seen on the PWBA tour, and I've been here for a long time. I don't know what's going to happen, but we're going to find out the official standings right now.
We have scores, and it is confirmed.
Our tournament
Cote
leader,
1279,
Miss Brianna Cote.
Puhowski 1139. That's going to be the 1-2 matchup.
She'll be bowling.
Zavialova versus O'Keefe. Zavialova at 1060, O'Keefe 930. So we're feeling good about our top three. Zavala Payuk separated by 4 pins. Only 13 pins between O'Keefe and Payuk. Shannon Sellens 25 pin backs. Plus 896. Then Missy Parkin and 8 is 69 pins back. Plus 852.
Miss Daria Pyle, our third place qualifier, Miss Diana.
With that, we're going to go back to one.
This gets a little tricky. Daria's only 4 pins back on the show. In fourth place, Shannon O'Keefe. On 53-54, we have Shannon Sellens. Coming back, Miss Stephanie Zavala. And our number 8 qualifier, Miss Missy Parkin. On 55-56, in 9th place, we have Miss Liz Johnson. And her opponent in 10th place, Sandra Gongora. 57-58, from England, our 11th place finisher, Verity Crawley. And she will be bowling from Colombia, Miss Maria Jose Rodriguez. On 59-60, in 13th, we have Miss Birgit Norax. And she will be bowling Kelly Kulig. On 61-62, in 15th, Miss Stephanie Johnson. And she will be bowling in 16th, Miss Julia Bond. 63-64, in 17th place is Miss Ashley Galante. And she'll be bowling against Valerie Mercier. On 65-66, in 19th, we have Miss Liz Culkin. And she'll be rolling against Lindsay Boomershine. On 67-68, from Ukraine, Dasha Kovalova. And she'll be going up against Masaki Mukutani. And finishing us out on 69-70, from Malaysia, Charlene Zulkifli. And she'll be rolling up against Miss Jen Higgins. Athletes, just give us a moment, but you will be receiving 5 minutes of warm-up.
All right, folks. Lane assignments have been sent up. Our players are going to get 5 minutes of warm-up. Once again, the top three are looking pretty set here. Cote, Pluhowski, Zavialova. More than likely in that order. Shannon O'Keefe is the 4 seed at plus 930. She is 9 pins ahead of Stephanie Zavala, who has had arguably one of the most amazing blocks in PWBA Tour history, to jump from 20th to 5th. 20th to 5th. She is averaging 256.57 on the day, started with 821 out of the gates. Zavala is 5. She's facing Daria Payuk, who is 4 pins back. If Daria would have the situation would have been different for Daria. Her field ball the last game, she gets a 4 count. She would have been in the position of the 5 seed if that would have happened. She would have lost that match by 1 pin. Valerie Bercier already was in the books 237. Daria could get to 236 if she struck out. So that would have switched up the Payuk and Zavala position in the standings, but not change the significance of the match in that situation. So Payuk at plus 917. So 13 pins between 4th and 6th place. Shannon Sellens, 258 last game, gets to plus 896. She is 25 pins behind Zavala at the moment, and she is going to be taking on Missy Parkin, who's still in this. 69 pins back at plus 852. Sellens and Parkin will be one pair to the right on 53 and 54. Cote and Pluhowski will be on 47 to 48. We're watching 49 through 52. Liz Johnson is 103 pins back at plus 818. She's going to be taking on Sandra Gongora, who's at plus 795. Verdi Crawley up to 11th. We'll take on Maria Jose Rodriguez. Birgit Norrex against Kelly Kulik. Stephanie Johnson taking on Julia Bond. Ashley Galante versus Valerie Bercier. Liz Culkin taking on Lindsay Boomershine. Dasha Kovalova versus Misaki Mukutani. And then Shalinzel Keefley against Jen Higgins. And while we wait, before we get into this amazing day, we have an amazing giveaway.
Let's do it.
For the good folks. So if this is your first time joining us on Bowl TV, first and foremost, welcome. You picked one heck of a day to start, by the way. One heck of a day to start. So we appreciate it. Of course, all the good folks who've been joining us throughout the course of the year and throughout the season and the many years here on Bowl TV. We thank you as well for your continued support. The giveaway, it works very simply. First and foremost, we're going to suggest you take it from, if you're watching in full screen mode, take it out. Make sure you can see the chat for a quick second. And then in the bottom left-hand corner of the video screen, you're going to see a prompt here momentarily. It's going to say giveaway will begin soon. Watch here to participate. It's going to count down for 60 seconds. And then after the conclusion of that, another prompt will pop up in the same exact spot. It's going to say the giveaway has begun. And there will be a submit entry button available to hit to select. And all you have to do is hit that button and you'll be entered for a chance to win a Storm bowling ball of your choice. So this will be our third giveaway of a bowling ball here at the Tour Championship. First, from Brunswick, then from Rotogrip, and now a Storm bowling ball of choice to one lucky Bowl TV viewer. So we're going to go ahead and get that going right now. So best of luck, everybody. Once again, wait for that submit entry button. And thank you again for being part of the Bowl TV community.
There was ever a TV show tailor-made for television, or a tournament, I should say. The ending of one that's tailor-made to be, I guess, completed on national television. And I know everyone certainly would love to have it right here on Bowl TV. We already talked about that. But think about the overall grand scheme of it and what's going to play out in the next 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and how that could translate into television tomorrow. Just think about it for a minute while you get your entries in momentarily. I surely hope not. That's your last entry, J-Rod.
So if you can handle more scenarios on top of what's already going to happen. Oh, goodness.
Get that entry in.
We just received another update after 23 games on the Player of the Year situation. We'll run down those scenarios in just a quick second. But first, we'd like to congratulate Boza for winning a Storm Bowling Ball of Choice. Boza, be sure to look out for an email from our team over the next couple of days to redeem your Storm Bowling Ball of Choice. So congratulations and thanks to everybody for once again being part of the Bowl TV community.
All right, Aaron, what do you got?
There's a lot happening here. At the moment, maximum points for essentially here's the big thing to kick things off. If it would be a 2-player race for Player of the Year if Cote and O'Keefe make the show. It'll be down to those two. Cote currently leading overall, giving her first place points. She'd be at 136,445. She's going to get at least 18,000 points. So that puts her at, subtract
129.
129,445.
The time is now.
Shannon O'Keefe in fourth place right now would receive 15,000 points, which would be 130,770.
Shannon has to win. She has to make the show. And
She
win
would
the
have to
title.
make the show, win the first match. If she lost the next match, Cote would have her fate in her hands. In addition, additional note here. If Verity's able to jump 2 spots and gets to 9th, and O'Keefe's game goes the opposite direction, and she falls to 6th place or worse, Cote would have to win to be Player of the Year. Otherwise, Verity would take home the postseason award.
Wow. That's way too much. We'll cover that again at the end. All right, here we go.
Are you not entertained, Bowl TV? Oh my goodness. I am.
Aaron, I think.
I still can't believe we're here.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm just going to say. Well, hold on, wait. There. What's Stephanie's total right now?
Plus 921.
Okay, so that's it's not right on. Okay. I was looking at totals up there on the screens.
Yeah, I think those are incorrect across the.
Okay, so folks, don't look at the totals. They've been right, really, until this point. So don't look at those. They are not accurate. Refer to either us or certainly pull up the standing sheet.
We'll drop that link in the chat one more time, too, just for good measure, in case you don't have it available. So yes, right now O'Keefe at plus 930. Zavala is 5 at plus 921, so that's the current number. And then Hayuk is 4 pins back, plus 917. So the winner of this matchup, still not necessarily guaranteed a spot on the show. But the winner of Zavala or Payuk essentially eliminates the other player from contention for CBS Sports Network tomorrow. Shannon Sellens and Missy Parkin are the wild cards in this situation. One of them can toss a massive game here. And Sellens is only 25 pins back. So if she gets the win and she puts up a solid score, she doesn't need to go 270, 260 here, unless that's what's happening just pace-wise between Zavala and Payuk.
And of course, for Shannon, finishing 13th in the Reno Classic, just missing match play. And then in the Pepsi Classic, finishing 16th, but obviously 2 very good 12-game blocks to qualify for the Tour Championship. Missed the practice session completely on Sunday after coaching the Bearcats to a runner-up finish at the McKendree Colts tournament. To battle, grind, and not really be in good bowling shape just a few weeks ago. Opportunity to make this major telecast and vie for her 3rd Tour Championship title. Tennille, you're about 20 minutes too late. I gave you your flowers, but I'm going to do it again. We love you. I'll send Garrett's in the mail.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so I didn't want that to happen, but that was my point I was trying to make. The Zavala Payuk match, I believe, will just straight come down to spare shoot. We know both players can strike. I think it's just solely going to come down to who can close the most frames.
Zavala's first attempt. Coming right up. Kote's dominating performance today. Is going to put her in the title match. She's going to have a chance to bowl and win her first career major for $50,000. That's almost a done point outside of Fluhowski's 140 back. And outside the additional craziness to what we've seen today. That's going to be the scenario. Sham Fluhowski additionally, and both of them are off to strong starts. So our 1-2 is pretty much set. Diana Zavyalova also in the same position to where she is just a matter of final tally, but going to be making her 3rd consecutive major championship show this season. So we might not be talking about them quite as much during this matchup, in these matches, just because they're already there. And they've earned it. They bowled phenomenally. But the level of just absolute craziness that's going on 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is going to be stealing our attention away for the next couple of minutes. Zavialova obviously has a big role in whether or not Shannon O'Keefe is making the show as well. A win would go a long way for O'Keefe. But again, if a big score is coming from one of the matches to her right, winning with 180 isn't necessarily going to help the case. And I suppose I should take back what I said earlier between Zavala and Payu. If O'Keefe struggles this game, and we have a high-scoring match between Zavala and Payu, there is a possibility that the player who doesn't get the bonus pins could still, since it's so close.
That's a good point.
Go around O'Keefe. So I misspoke earlier when
I'll be honest with you.
I said that.
I can't see that happening. Not saying it's not impossible, obviously. And she struggled certainly in before, but thinking about how the week has gone, when she's got it in her hands, I don't see that happening in this game. Oh, already some carry issues for both players. Somebody had mentioned something earlier. I think it was Sid Rowe, man. And we were talking about, obviously, Stephanie's great start. And I think he said, when we get down to the end of the block in the last couple of games, that energy is getting serious. We'll see how she handles it, with the nothing to lose attitude. And boy, has she come through. And the thing about her, as we talked about, she's just so fearless. It's been her motto, her moniker really throughout the season. And we go back to that U.S. Women's Open, having to win and do what she needed to do then. Oh, no. Oh, no. Two single pin whiffs here for Daria Payo. But if you're Stephanie Zavala, it's like that doesn't even exist. You just got to continue on with what you are doing, because you're kind of bowling three people in a sense, and not just Daria.
Multiple layers. And right now, looking at everything going on in the Sellens and Parkin match, nothing crazy is happening.
Oh, good shot.
There's nothing too crazy happening in those matches that is going to press the players higher up on the leaderboard. Verity Crawley, we mentioned her in that scenario. Spare 5-bagger against Maria Jose Rodriguez, with Liz Johnson and Sandra Gongora in front of her. But once again, if O'Keefe makes the show, that will lock out Verity for Player of the Year.
That's a good break there for Zavala. She was asking for that one to sit early, as soon as she released that one. By the way, the Kote Pluhowski match really it's a 1 versus 2. Shannon Pluhowski would have needed to do a lot. Kote would have needed to do very little for anything to change potentially in that one. But how about that for those two specifically? Shannon originally from Phoenix, and I don't think a lot of people actually realize or know that. Brianna Kote grew up bowling, watching, and admiring Pluhowski. Families are close. They're very good friends. And then they potentially certainly could meet for tomorrow's Tour Championship title.
Pluhowski. Talk about making the big shots down the stretch for 2 consecutive events to get into these expanded prize funds. Making the show at the U.S. Women's Open and here at the Tour Championship. It really feels. Oh, wow. Oh, huge. That's what you need. There's been so much happening here that the fact that a title for $50,000 is on the line tomorrow is almost seems. Like, it kind of is. To a question in the chat from Rick about a pregame show for tomorrow, we do plan to be live here on Bowl TV, similar to a few other shows that we've had this year for live TV events. So do plan to swing on by Bowl TV. We'll be here. We'll be hanging out. We'll be here regardless. So, I mean, yeah. Probably an hour before the show. So the show is starting, 5 p.m. Eastern. So probably more than likely around 4 p.m. Eastern. Oh.
How about that?
Daria says they all left. They all left. There's no pins left standing. Humongous double, however, in the grand scheme of things.
Big credit again goes out to Brianna Cote and the block she's had today. Really coming out and putting a stamp and earning the first or the top seed today.
And she can still shoot 260 this game.
And man, just unbelievable. Where is she at now, Aaron? Hold on. Bang. Huge shot. Cote's 7-game total, 1735. Is that right?
1735 for her, 1796 for Zavala. The next highest on the day looks like it might be Kelly Kulik at 1640. So they have been pacing 100 pins better than the field throughout the course of basically the day. Zavala, no doubles yet. Looking for her first hit. We talked about it earlier this week, that win she put up against Shannon O'Keefe. And this makes things a little interesting heading into the back half. 2-8-10 leave essentially gets the 2-pin out. Missy Parkin through 6 can still max out at 259. Shannon Sellens has struggled this game. Missy is in position to get the win, but with O'Keefe doing what she needs to do right now, she's had DZ has not put too much pressure on her this game. So it's 127 in the 7th for Zavala.
Right now it's 217. Max score, that is.
Oh, Daria.
Quickly forget about those open frames. It's important for the psyche.
Her max score 236. Oh,
man. He's left a few 10 pins this game. You know, no matter what happens in this match between Zavala and Hayo, the fact that Stephanie is even in this match is improbable.
96.
Based on the 96. Needs it. Has it.
Daria will be able to step up in the 9th and 10th frame and win this match. Missy Parkin 9-pinned in the 7th frame. So her max now drops to 238. So the best she can get to is plus 920 at this point. So Missy more than likely is not going to affect the outcome of this top 5. She would have tripped out that 9 pin and kept the string of strikes going. However, this would have been a much tighter ball game for that. Oh,
Wow. Aaron Smith.
this is.
Woo! Let's go.
Hayuk shaking off the missed spares.
She didn't have a choice.
Yeah, got the 9 pin out in the fifth frame. Got the light hit in the 6th. It was absolutely smashed the last 2. 9th frame. Four pin. Goodness. Zavala now can double and win. Zavala can double and win the match.
Something that she has done several times already this season in these types of moments.
Hayuk's max now 215. Zavala still has 217 out there. Shannon Puhowski records a 257 in her final game. She is going to defeat Brianna Cote. Will not be enough to get to the top seed, but she will be 2. Cote will be 1. Max score right now for Diana Zagalova, 204. Shannon O'Keefe, she's able to just stay clean with good count, is going to get the victory. Get that 30. That'll push her to the plus 960 range. Based off of what Hayuk and Zavala are doing, that should be enough.
How about
so O'Keefe just fills those frames. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, how about Daria looking at the 4 pin? How impressive is that?
She went straight at it for the 7 pin. And ended up missing it. Back in frame 2.
Thank you for that reminder.
Oh, there's one. These moments, folks. This is. I've got goosebumps right now.
How many ringing 10s is Shannon O'Keefe going to leave in this match? Ooh, this carry has gone away. Some chatter from the group in the Bowl TV community about Verity's win, and they'll make things interesting as we continue on with the POI scenarios. I feel like
does not get the double there. That's going to be it's going to make the road a little bit easier for Zavala.
Slightly cut off, but that's 157 there for Zavala. She can max at 217.
She's going to need. She goes strike at 9 spare, that'd be 206. With the spare here. Spare first. Okay, 205. Zavala needs the first hit otherwise. Needs the first hit, otherwise this is over.
From 96 in game 1 of match play.
This 3-6-9-10 could be big too.
Bang!
So Keefe misses this 3-6-9-10. Zavyalova will have the chance to take the bonus pins away from her. Oh, just like it's nothing.
That was a player of the year spare right there. What a ride Stephanie Zavala has taken us on. The 96 from Downey, California, then to Huntsville, Texas, and Sam Houston State. Now the PWBA Rookie of the Year. Improbable story continues, Aaron Smith.
This is the craziest day of all time. Shannon O'Keefe.
What else?
She's going to get the win. She's going to be the 4 seed. Wait, let me, that might not be true. She's made the show. Let's say that. Zavala with the double is going to be in the 2 teams, so she's actually going to, so Zavala's actually going to move up to the 4 seed. It's a decent count here. 338 pins out of the show to start the day.
That is, I asked JT yesterday what was the best match play performance he'd ever seen. He gave me some examples. I told him about Shannon Puhalski. This is the one.
This is it.
This is the one.
This is the most absolutely crazy 96. Just, she literally, there's the logo, by the way, the SC.
Ah, okay. That is dope.
But this all really just happened here. This is real life.
You got to give a lot of credit to Daria Payot. Put herself in position to be here yesterday with a very good round. Diana Zavyalova has bowled well throughout. Ran into some ball reaction issues. Couple that with Brianna Cote's massive day to take over the top seed.
And we'll have our top 5 announcement here in just a moment.
A finished bowling fan. What a finish, bowling fans! How about that? Let's give all these athletes a huge, huge round of applause for a great week of bowling. It is my pleasure to introduce your top 5 for the live CBS Sports TV Step Ladder Final of the 2021 PWBA Tour Championships. Our 5th seed from Charlotte, Illinois, Shannon O'Keefe. Her opponent in the opening match, our 4 seed from Downey, California, Stephanie Zavala. The winner of that match will go on to face the number 3 seed from Latvia, Diana Zavyalova. I'm sorry, I owe Diana a better introduction than that. Diana Zavyalova. The winner of that match will go on to face our number 2 seed from Dayton, Ohio, Shannon Puhalski. The winner of that match will then go on to face our tournament leader from Tucson, Arizona, Brianna Cote. Bowling fans, these United States Bowling Congress, Bowling Proprietors Association of America, and the PWBA Tour. Thank you all very much for coming out today, and we hope to see you tomorrow for the live television finals of the 2021 PWBA Tour Championships, which will be broadcast at 2 p.m.
Incredible stuff
on the CBS Sports Network.
That's a good way of putting it. Absolutely
$50,000.
incredible. We're going to talk to our top seed coming up next. Talk about a phenomenal day. We're going to bring it to us here real quick, Mr. Williams.
Let's do that.
And then let's see if we got Brianna Cote. Brianna, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, fantastic. Well, first and foremost, congratulations on an incredible day. Wow, for the start. 249, 255, 279, 258, 255. Tell us, are you International Bowling City now?
You're cutting in and out.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Sometimes you're clear and sometimes you're not now.
Keep going.
You were clear at first.
At first. All right.
Emil's
going to. Okay, first and foremost.
Oh, I can hear you now.
You can hear me now. Okay. 249, 245, 279, 258, 255. Talk about that start and just vaulting yourself into the top spot. How were you able to strike that much?
Honestly, I was just going through the motions. I saw the lanes really well during the 10 minutes of warm up, and I just went with it. My ball was doing the right thing. It was going through the pins, and I literally just, made it one shot at a time. And if I strung them, I strung them. If not, I just told myself, make your spare and just keep making good shots. I didn't really realize how much I struck probably until about game 7 when I kind of slowed down a little bit because I hit some transition. But, we always dream of having blocks like that. And when it happens, it kind of happens so fast and you get overwhelmed. You're like, oh my gosh, that was pretty amazing. But, if I would have sat and actually thought about it, it could have gone away much quicker.
At the same time, this week has just been absolutely phenomenal. One of the things I mentioned during the first question that cut out is I'm actually wondering if they gave you the keys to the National Bowling Stadium yet, the way you've dominated this week. Just talk about being in the zone across all three patterns. You out-averaged, when you're looking at qualifying, coming into the Tour Championship, you were 6 pins better than everybody else to be, essentially coming into this event. And then you added this on top of it. Just talk about how comfortable you've been this week. And, looking back, maybe the trip to Colombia prior to this definitely help loosen up the arm swing. But just talk about being in complete control for an entire week of bowling.
Yeah, definitely. It's hard because, we bowl in 3 different patterns and, each pattern plays completely different and you have to use different bowling balls. So all you can do is make notes of what bowling balls work, where you're playing on the lane, try to keep on top of the transition as best you possibly can. So for me, that's what I did. I just tried to make simple moves, just be smart about it. If I split, I shake it off, go to the next frame. Really don't dwell on the bad shots because they're going to happen. I'm human. And sometimes they come at good times and sometimes they come at bad times. But you just have to move on and focus on the task at hand and just bowl and breathe. And I did a lot of breathing this week. I'm thankful for, bowling so well this week on all the 3 patterns. And I love coming here to the National Bowling Stadium. I've been coming here since I was little when my parents and grandparents bowled what used to be the ABC Championships and now Open Championships. So being able to finally bowl in the bowling center is pretty cool. So it's just a great facility, and I just love coming here.
2 questions for you, Bree. One, you just mentioned your parents and grandparents who all were here this week, including your husband, Randy. And I was talking to your mom earlier, and I know they hadn't really seen you bowl in person, obviously, for a couple of years. How important overall you think them being here may have contributed to the success that you had this week?
Maybe a little bit. I was just in Colombia, so I was gone for 2 weeks for that. So I definitely miss seeing them. And when I came here, it was great to just, have a friendly face and my family here, because at the beginning of the year, we just weren't allowed to have so many spectators. So they didn't come to anything. And now they get to come here and cheer me on and see my second show of the week. And hopefully it's great. But just to have them there, win or lose, just means the world to me.
And also, we talked to you earlier in the week and, about being underrated and that kind of thing. And, I know you're not the type that kind of sends messages, but obviously your bowling sent a message this week, and you very well could be the player of the year after it's all said and done tomorrow. When you take a look at this week as a whole, and you go eat after this, and maybe not think about it, but maybe you will.
You
What
know,
are you
I'm
thinking about after that?
I'm honestly just grateful to be here and to be in this position. I've been bowling well this year. I've had my ups and downs, but no matter what, I keep persevering and just trying to be better, to learn from every experience, win or lose. And whatever happens, happens. I'm just going to try to make 10 great shots on CBS Sports Network, which I'm really excited for. Haven't been on a live show since the Queens. So I'm just really just grateful, and I'm just going to take in the moment, and hopefully it doesn't go by too fast, but I know it will.
All right, Bree, I have one final question for you. It's going to be a little fun,
Okay.
but there should be a correct answer to this though,
Okay.
because I know what I would say in this situation. Tomorrow's show is on Halloween, so what are you going to come dressed as for the CBS Sports Network show?
Oh man. Well, I'm for sure gonna come as a professional bowler,
All
but
right, all right, all right.
I don't know what I'm gonna wear yet. I'm torn between a couple outfits, but we'll see when tomorrow afternoon comes.
Okay, I was hoping she's going to say a major champion.
Oh well, yeah,
Oh,
Coming as a major
that would have been the
champion.
ultimate.
you
Yes,
know,
That
I
would have been
just
the mic
I was
drop.
thinking that I think I have to be a professional bowler first to be
That's-
the major champion. So
fair enough.
I agree. All right, well done, Bree. Well,
thank you.
congratulations on just a phenomenal day, a phenomenal week here at the NBS. It's been incredible to watch. It's been so fun to watch. Congratulations. We're selling more 14-pound bowling balls because of this. So
Yeah.
That's been a popular topic.
it has. So,
I know they did pretty well this week, so I can't complain.
absolutely. So congratulations once again, and we look forward to seeing you on CBS Sports Network tomorrow.
Thank you guys. Thanks for everything.
Thanks, Bree. All right,
All right.
that is Brianna Cote. I believe Stephanie Zavala is next, and also hoping to hear from Pluhowski, actually, and O'Keefe. I would love to hear from every player if we can. How about you?
Everyone is. I think this is okay to be the. This is like the endless 10th frame, except with interviews. So we will have Stephanie Zavala next. I'm excited to talk to Stephanie Zavala. Are you excited?
Can she hear us? Is the question.
She can.
Okay.
Let's bring her into the show next. And there she is, Stephanie Zavala. Hello.
Hello.
How on earth are you doing right now?
I am shaking right now. I think I have been for like the past hour, and I'll let you guys know when my feet hit the ground.
I listen. I've used the word improbable to describe your performance today, and obviously, especially after the start. Now that this is over, and you can look back and say, I just made a TV show after shooting a 96 in a block. I mean, has that registered and all? And how did you come into today? What was your mindset?
Well, my mindset coming into today was bowling on house money. What do I have to lose? If nothing less, I want to leave here feeling, good about my bowling, feeling like I'm throwing it well, and have some sort of momentum to, the off season's coming, yes, but I never want to feel like I'm not throwing it well. And so that was just my mentality, like come in, shoot for the stars, and hey, why not play spoiler a little bit?
338 pins out of the show, by the way. That was the number that you had to make up. And it came down after all of that to the 10th frame. You needed to step up. You needed that first hit in the 10th and good count in the second. Talk about just what was going through your head in that moment, needing to make two more great shots to make everything that has happened today come to reality.
Like I said, I was just like, no matter what happens, like I made it this far. Obviously, now that I was getting closer and closer, like I could taste it. And so to say that I would have been okay had it gone the other way, I mean, would have been a little salty at first, but I just said, what's one more good shot? Like you've been doing it all morning. What is one more good shot? And that was my mentality. And thankfully the pins fell my way.
You got another opportunity to rewrite your story, and every time we think that you're done with the story, you just keep rewriting it. How do you add another chapter to your story tomorrow by capturing the tour championship?
I win a major. That's number one right now. I mean, that's all I can hope for and dream for. And my parents flew in from home this morning, so my dad is here. He's crying in the background. My mom is jumping up and down. And, I'm really glad that I was able to pop off for them, make the trip worth it.
Stephanie, I'm not sure what else to ask. We're still. This has been one of the most
That's it.
incredible things we have ever seen. We had so many scenarios and plots and $50,000 top prize and everything going on, and 821 out of the gates, 286 that first game, and all of a sudden we're like, if she goes 200 over those first two, never know what's going to happen, and then all of a sudden 221 over, and then you kept it going. Honestly, it was one of the most incredible things we've ever seen on Bowl TV and the PWBA. So congratulations for that. Go ahead and rest up and enjoy this moment. But we look forward to seeing you on CBS Sports Network tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to try to get a couple more if we can. I know we're holding up the TV process. Aaron, hold down the fort real quick.
Uh-oh.
I'm doing it.
You're just leaving me like this? Let's see how it is. Coordinating. Look at this guy go. Emil Williams Jr. taking care of business. We're going to have Shannon O'Keefe. Shannon O'Keefe, yep, joining us next. Oh. This day has been so crazy, I just opened PowerPoint on my computer. I didn't know that was I never used PowerPoint. All right, Shannon O'Keefe. Let's bring her into the show next. Shannon, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Great. Excellent, because people haven't been hearing this. All right. So, man, Shannon, you didn't practice. You didn't throw one ball earlier in the week. Obviously, 12th and 16th Reno Pepsi. You qualify, but you do what you do when the situation matters the most. And here you are competing for your third PWBA Tour Championship title. How did this happen in these three blocks of match play here this week?
When I went home, I just kind of reevaluated just how I competed this whole summer. And I think I lost a little bit of myself just getting wrapped up in just everything else. And I just kind of went back to what makes me comfortable and what makes me great. And that's just focusing on me and letting all the other garbage just kind of fade into the background. And I was happy to miss practice because I was with my girlies. We finished second last week. And so they were all so sweet and wishing me so much luck coming out here. And the goal was to make at least one show. So here I am. So I'm super happy. So it really was just, go back to what makes Shannon O'Keefe great. And that's focusing on me and shot execution. And I'm so proud of myself. I had a couple shots today where I was like, come on. But a couple out of so many, I'm proud of myself. So,
Shannon, I know there's been some injuries throughout the course of the season. Just put a percentage by it. What were you coming in at this event?
This event, 100%.
100%. Okay.
I have felt so good. Leaving the U.S. Open, not so good. My IT band was so tight, which was causing major issues and inflammation in my bursa sac in my hip. And the only time it hurt is when I went to go slide. And so I remember 3 weeks before I came out here, we were testing patterns for our home NCAA event. And I had to stop and I was just bawling. And I remember telling Brian, how am I supposed to go compete? Like, I can't compete like this. Thank the good Lord that I have an incredible chiropractor, Dr. Underwood, saved me. They worked tirelessly on me. I was going 3 or 4 days a week, and he got me set up with a incredible orthopedic, which confirmed that there was no damage or anything in my hip. Because my brain immediately goes to, oh my gosh, I need a hip replacement. So nothing like that. Structurally, it was really great. It was just super tight muscles, and so they worked tirelessly to make sure that I was ready and healthy. So I feel like I probably had 5 practices from the U.S. Open where I didn't have any pain. And so I was a bit anxious coming in here, not being able to compete on these patterns or practice on these patterns beforehand. But I just really trusted my ball rep. Mike Wolf was incredible this week and gave me a lot of confidence. And then I just kind of go off of, what I know and ball motion and not get wrapped up in all the other, what if and poor me, and because that stuff can creep in so quick.
You've been experienced. You are experienced. Tour Championship show tomorrow, obviously. Just for your process to run this ladder, what do you have to do on TV, which obviously it's a different animal. What do you have to do to be successful tomorrow?
I just got to focus on me. If I focus on me and just shot execution, I feel really good. So that's the plan.
Shannon, you're wearing the orange and black already today, so.
Oh, it's red.
Oh, that's red? Okay.
Red.
Orange to me, so I was going to throw the Halloween theme in there.
Yeah.
So what are you going to dress up for Halloween on CBS Sports Network for?
A McKendree Bearcat.
McKendree Bearcat. All right, fantastic. I figured that was going to be the answer. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
But Shannon, congratulations on a great run here. You put yourself in position for now a chance at a third Player of the Year award.
Oh, geez, wasn't even thinking about that. That's cool.
It's in play.
It's in play. Yes.
Awesome. Well, what do I need to do?
Just win.
That's all. Just have to win.
Yeah,
no big deal.
Piece of cake.
Oh, you guys are great. Actually, I really don't want to know. It doesn't matter. I mean, that is just bonus. I feel like there's been so many ups and downs and so much adversity this summer, and to overcome it, and the last event of the season, to be able to be where I am today, I'm very proud of that. So I'm proud of me. I can hold my head high walking out of this season and just continuing into my career. All the other accolades, those are just bonus. So.
All right, Shannon, congratulations again on making the show. We look forward to seeing you on CBS Sports Network as a McKendree Bearcat and PWBA Tour Champion. So congratulations, and we will see you tomorrow. Great bowl.
Thanks, guys. See ya.
Shannon O'Keefe joining us here on Bowl TV. We're going to have Shannon Pluhowski come up next. Looks like Shannon is just about ready to go, so let's bring her. Oh, Emil says not quite yet. We'll have Shannon join us in a quick moment. All right, now we're good. Let's welcome in Shannon Pluhowski to Bowl TV. Shannon, hello.
Hello, how are you?
We are doing very well.
Not as good as you.
Yes, you are doing, I'm sure, much better than we are right now. Fantastic performance this week. Second consecutive major show for you. Another opportunity on CBS Sports Network. Just talk about, coming into today, you were third overall, moved up a spot, but you and Brianna really ran away from the field. Talk about the process today that you went through to make sure you earned the spot on the show.
After a rough start yesterday in the night block, I decided I was going to throw urethane. Had a really good night block, and so today, the other one looked good in practice again, but halfway through, I was like, I need to just go and stick to what got me to where I was, so I switched back to urethane, and then, I'm the only lefty, so every pair's fresh, so luckily, I had a good look, and was able to just keep tweaking things here and there if the pair was a little tighter or hooked a little more, and try to stay clean and make good shots.
I know for you at the U.S. Women's Open, there was a chance where you weren't going to bowl and you had to be kind of talked into it by the family and friends. Since that point, though, I mean, you obviously looked fantastic. So where are you kind of mentally within your career? Because it seems like that may have been hey, I don't know if I should do this, but they think I'm still good at it, so I should do it. Where are you at right now with that mentally?
Definitely. That was the case with the U.S. Open, bowled good at the U.S. Open, and now the kids are heavily involved in bowling. So they lit the fire again. Watching them compete, not ready to quit competing, obviously. And they push me to get better every single day because, they want to beat me. So I have to get better so they don't beat me. But it's fun. Doing, bowling as a family has been great these last couple months. And so the kids keep pushing, and so does Carrie.
Shannon, I know a very memorable win came at this venue for you in 2006 at the USBC Queens. What does it mean to have a chance at another major title here at a place that I'm sure holds a lot of fun memories for you?
Well, you don't know when you're going to make a major show, right? So fortunate to make back-to-back shows this year after a rough season. I don't think it was my best season on tour for sure, but to go out, make back-to-back major shows, and we'll come in tomorrow. I do like this place.
You do.
So looking forward to bowling, and we'll see what happens.
All right, final question before we let you go. Tomorrow's Halloween. What are you dressing up as?
Well, I'm going to be a bowler because
All
we're
right.
bowling on TV.
Nice. What about Autumn and Chris?
Autumn is going to be Dorothy, and I don't think Christopher's dressing up. They have a youth league that bowls tomorrow night, so he'll be bowling. So he won't be dressing up. He dressed up for school as his chemistry teacher. So
I like
Nicely
that.
done.
I like
Okay.
that. All right, Shannon, we'll let you go, but congratulations again on
Thank
making
you.
the show. Thank you so much for joining us here on Bowl TV.
Thank you.
We look forward to seeing you on CBS Sports Network tomorrow.
Thanks, Shannon.
Excited. Thank you.
All right, Shannon Pluhowski joining us, second consecutive major telecast for. And look, there's Curtis Von Kruger and Jason Thomas. They don't even know they're in our shot right now.
They don't.
They don't, but that's okay.
All right. Is DZ nearby?
She is on the phone right now. I just saw her. There she is. She's on the. She is ready. All right. We got the whole show here.
Yeah, I was serious. This is important.
All right.
And as Tennille said, we've got plenty of time.
This is true. It's only 2:08 here in Reno.
People can just be upset with us. It's fine. I know the Bowl TV viewers enjoy it, so this is our last broadcast PWBA wise, to our knowledge anyway.
All right, we are just about set here. DZ will be the number 3 seed on the show, so she will get to face the winner of Stephanie Zavala and Shannon O'Keefe. 3 for 3 on major telecasts this year. All right, we are good to go.
Can you hear us?
Can you hear
Okay.
me?
Yes, we can.
Woo! I just want to scream, but I don't want to make you guys go.
Yeah,
deaf.
not yet. Give us about 2 minutes, and then you can go scream.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Mhm.
Obviously, we talked to you earlier in the week, and the week has been so good for you. It looked like you lost a little ball reaction, but I feel like you didn't panic. You showed a lot of patience today in that sense. From our vantage point, I love
Wow, I hit it really
your
well
reaction.
then.
But how did you maneuver through kind of the ups and downs of this last block today to maintain the spot on the show?
I just have to thank my psychologist because this week I did everything that she told me to, and it really worked. Because I'm sure, as you know, I've been struggling mentally, and even on the lanes, I've been nothing but negative this whole year, and it's part of depression and all that. So just trying to find the positives was a challenge for me this whole year. So that's something I focused on during the US Open, and it worked out phenomenal. And then this event, or this week, these 3 events, I was also trying to focus on the positives, and I had some monstrous blocks, and then I went 200 pins less the next block. So I was trying to focus on the good and just staying patient. And yesterday, I just had a phenomenal day. It was just phenomenal. And I'm so happy that it was so good yesterday because I racked up all the extra pins. That I didn't have to worry as much today because today I didn't see it as well. My ball ran out of energy, didn't have as many strikes. They were just different. But for me today, I was just surviving. And that's exactly what I did.
DZ 3 for 3 now at the majors this year, making the telecast. Just talk about what that means to you. You're the only player to do that this season. As challenging and as unique as each of those events are, what does that mean to you to be able to have that accolade for this season?
It means a lot, so much. It just, looking back at it, I can say that all my hard work and all the rough things I had to go through this whole season and fight through depression and everything. And I was in such a dark place. And I know that's a lot of other athletes are talking about it now, which is good because we do need to bring more awareness to the mental health. I feel relieved. And going into the US Open, I thought that this season was a very bad season for me because I did miss 3 cuts in a row, which was just, for me, it was unacceptable. And when I was looking at that season, it just seemed to me like, oh, that's the worst season I've ever had. But then I made the show the US Open, I made the show the Queens, I made the show here. So I guess it like balanced it out. So I'm just gonna bowl majors from now on because but it means so much to me. And no matter what happens tomorrow, I think it's a win for me. Yeah, I'm very happy and very proud. Very proud that I worked through my battles because before I started working with my psychologist, when I would have a bad shot or a bad game, it would snowball. Even though if I was in the top, it would just snowball, and I'll be like, "Oh, here we go again. I'm gonna miss the cut." And I already convinced myself that that's what I was gonna do. And then I had some moments this week where my wheels were just falling off. So if it was me like earlier this season, I would not be standing here. But I found a way how to put the wheels back on and keep fighting, and I'm very, very proud of that.
Dee, I love what you just said. I know Aaron's question has been lately. We'll let you go out of this. What are you going to be for Halloween tomorrow?
Do we have to dress up? But I do have a bet. I'm going to put her on the spot. So I'm rooming with Amanda Fry. She's one of my roommates.
Well,
And I made a bet with her that if I make the show this week, she is going to dress up. So tonight, we're going to Halloween store. So I hope we're
Nice.
going to pick up something good. And then my boyfriend is flying in tonight. And I also told him yesterday, like, hey, it's Halloween. You should dress up. And he has like this massive T-Rex costume.
Oh,
And I'm like,
okay.
I think I know
okay, maybe
which
that's
one.
a little too much. Like, I just, yeah. So tomorrow I'm gonna wear my favorite outfit, which is all blue. So I look like a Smurfette. So, and I think my boyfriend's also gonna match me. So I'm gonna try to convince Amanda to be maybe Smurf tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see.
fantastic. Well, Diana, congratulations. Phenomenal performance again this week. And best of luck on the show. We look forward to seeing you on CBS Sports Network
Thank you
tomorrow.
so much.
Just
Thank you.
congratulations again.
Good
Thank
luck.
you.
Congrats. Yes, scream.
All right, all
Well,
5 stepladder finalists. We got the instant reactions. What a way to cap our time on Bowl TV for the PWBA tour this season.
Aaron,
Just phenomenal.
been doing this thankfully and had the opportunity to be involved with this tour for now 5 seasons in parts, whatever. This was by far the wildest, maybe most improbable, um, low scoringest into the maybe highest scoringest blocks of I've ever seen. This has been an amazing 8 games. The entire week has been amazing. This fall classic has been great. A lot of moments, a lot of dramatic moments, some not so kind moments, obviously as well. All of the ups and all of the downs. Man, it's incredible. You got to give a lot of credit and congrats to all of the finalists. Again, our top seed is Brianna Cote. Right now, the MVP, Aaron, we talked about that. She solidified it without question. Shannon Pluhowski, man, making that huge run, finishing well yesterday. That 260 plus game to put her into the top 5, third, and then making the move to second. Essentially taking advantage, unfortunately, of what Diana was going through, and at the same time, Pluhowski's scores continue to go up. We talked to DZ, and you heard it. Being able to stay patient. She didn't have what she had yesterday. It was clear. But obviously, because of her performance, she was able to have a little cushion and maintain and survive, as she put it, and hang on to a spot on this show. Then, of course, Stephanie Zabala. I mean, 96 to start game 1 on 47 and 48, I believe. 96. Game 1 of match play. And then after game 24, she's the number 4 seed for the PWBA Tour Championship. Already the rookie of the year. She's already got 3 titles. Continues to rewrite the story. She's not done yet. And then finally, Shannon O'Keefe, the reigning two-time PWBA Player of the Year. At one point, looked like maybe she wasn't going to be in that race in the mix. 12th and 16th place finishes in the Reno Classic and Pepsi Classic. 5th seed here today, does what she needs to do, like kind of she always does, puts herself in that position to make a run, and she was able to maintain a spot here in this one, Aaron Smith. And she could be the second player to win 3 in a row, 3 Player of the Year awards in a row. She would probably need to win. I think we'll go over that one last time. The final scenarios, if you will. I'll let Aaron handle that. But yeah, man, I don't have any more. I just don't have any more else to say.
The Player of the Year situation. This is all unofficial. I'm literally trying to think numbers in my head, but I'm not going to give too specific. It is down to 2 players, though. It is Brianna Cote. It is Shannon O'Keefe. There are scenarios for both to capture Player of the Year, obviously. Cote, though, in the most advantageous spot to take this home. But we'll be sure to recap all those scenarios in our press release tonight, pwba.com, a little bit later today, recapping what can only be described as maybe the best match play round ever.
I don't think
of all time.
I just don't think it was.
Never lost.
It is undefeated. It definitely was undefeated today. Aaron, I just want to say a couple things. One, when this year started, actually this time last year, I was unemployed. I didn't have a job. COVID had taken my job. I was unsure about whether or not I was even going to be involved on this tour. Fast forward a few months, things work out and I'm able to come back and kind of share this stage again with you and the rest of our Bowl TV crew and certainly the viewers. You guys know I'm very thankful for the opportunities that I have to be here and to present the best show that we can present and cover the best women in the world. I just really want to say thank you to all of the viewers. Many of you have reached out to me over the course of the last few months, just kind of checking in and, noticing things and asking questions and whatnot. And I appreciate that. And I appreciate you, Aaron, JT, Curtis, Mike, Matt, and our entire crew and staff, certainly. And then finally, again, Tennille Milligan. Thank you so much, Tennille. I love you. We love you. Won't be the same, but, we'll get through it. We'll be all right. But I appreciate all that you've given of yourself and your family to the PWBA. And with that said, Aaron, let's take it home.
Thank you, Emil. Folks, we have a lot of folks to thank for this broadcast, this tour, everything that takes place, this amazing day we've had here on Bowl TV. First and foremost, USBC, BPAA, and their board of directors for their continued support of the PWBA Tour. Kegel, the official lane maintenance provider of the PWBA. Our athletes. We can't speak enough about what our athletes do out there on the lanes when they compete. It's phenomenal to watch week in and week out. It truly is a privilege to be a part of the PWBA Tour and watch it and watch the best athletes in the world do their thing. Of course, all you good folks on Bowl TV, as Emil said, the community is something else. You guys make it special. This is all about you. It's not about us because you guys just take it to a whole nother level. So we love the interaction. We love the friendships that have come from it. So just thank you, for being part of the Bowl TV community. Y'all rock. We love you. Keep doing your thing. For the on-site staff here at the NBS, our host, the National Bowling Stadium. Of course, the folks here at in Reno, we got Rob Gottschall, we got Robin Graves, Greg Moore now on site as well, Jason Thomas, Curtis Von Kruger, Emil Williams Jr., I'm Aaron Smith. Just a big thank you to everybody here who's just putting in the hours, putting in the time, making the PWBA Tour something crazy, something special. So big thank you to those folks. And of course, all the assistants from the campus as well, the IBC in Arlington, Texas. So with that, the Tour Championship match play has concluded. It's done. We know our 5 for the show. They're going to be on CBS Sports Network tomorrow, 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 local time. If you're in Reno, come on down, wear your costume, and come party with us.
And you get a free hot dog and soda if you come out.
That's true. First 100 in the door, hot dog and soda. So, folks, we hope to see you on CBS Sports Network tomorrow. Thank you again for being part of Bowl TV and the 2021 PWBA Tour season.
What time's your pregame?
Pregame, 1 hour before the show, 4 p.m. Eastern time approximately. We'll be kicking off. We'll be doing a lot of this again. We'll be talking to the players, getting the practice session, talking scenarios. We'll be getting all that good stuff, so be on the lookout for that. But, folks, thank you again. We'll see you soon. And remember, as always, on Bowl TV, bowling lives here. Good night, everybody.